we're starting them.
Oh, second Eve Bowman. Yeah. Stop, please. Like always, I like to say the opening prayer in my language that I know. Before I start, I like to wish each and every one of you a happy New Year, and I know we had been challenges the last few years, and now we got to a milestone that we've reached, one milestone that with all the hard work that the board has been doing, and I wish each and every one of you a safe and safe journey, for this coming year, and that the Creator gives us guidance and protects us throughout this year as we continue to face the challenges that we face. Amigas. Kishaman ito. Minagi na na kumigawa kagi. Iwa ikit wang we matis undan gamin siya. Wega kanwab misyang sagisik. Wega chito tamang matis undan. Kaya bisna minawega mamu gabuyang. Wayak jabit tuang dinen damon nan. Wayak chibisin damang. Wayak job damang gegon. Wayak ikit tuang ganyan chimamin sewa chan snabig. Kaya nakita mong dito. Kaya nabigay kasang yang ito yan. So nabigay yun yung kawitan kaya nakita mong dito. Ten snabig kaun chiya chika. Shkona gani gasa gani wacho tikiye tinong etiwa banong siya banong gabi yun yan din ko siya wapen. Yo chunjana nagatwan. Dago siya chika chimin sewa chwe. Wemino weganyo seki. Amigas kisam.
Well, I also want to welcome the board members and the staff and people, police and district chief, also Fabian and Kathy, and also all the board members that are here today. Hope you had a good Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year celebration. I know some of us have continued on to experience the events that happened during the period that providers fondness of them lost and during this period so thing about inauguration on the board meeting first on we've got speakers then and you and it safety piece of that. There'll be a few requirements that we will be discussing during the course of the meeting in relation to what your experiences are and what your requirements are. Operate for. And I know that we have experienced challenges over the last 30 years when we first started off as a NAPS board when the chiefs in the assembly passed a resolution to establish their own police force. And that has been a long journey for us because we want to be the first nation to be recognized as a police force and it's legislation that governs other police forces in Ontario and acquire the same kind of resourcing and adequacy level that the other police services enjoy. So we have achieved that process and had a historical signing ceremony on December the 10th in Queen's Park last year. And that marked the beginning of a new era for our NAPS police force. And I wanted to congratulate the board members for the perseverance and determination to move forward, and also all the police force, especially the police officers that have endured, the lack of resources that is required in order for us to serve our people. We're not like any other police services in Ontario or in Canada. We operate in the remote communities where there's inadequate facilities and infrastructure, to properly conduct the services that people require. So it's different. It's not different. There's some areas that we can't really effectively enforce laws that are required from us. We are required as a police force, as a police services, to enforce federal laws and to enforce provincial laws and also First Nations laws. But we need to continue to work in relation to how do we effectively enforce those laws for our communities. In some areas, we are not able to do these things. We need to look at ways in terms of how we can do it. So with this meeting, we have items on the agenda that will be on the work that we have had. Think about providing service that police force. I'm still not going to take that's what I'm having the First Nations continuation. So we're going to do as you look through the agenda. We want I want to acknowledge and welcome our new board member. Keith Newsom who's a Sheboygan First Nations Council representative, and he's here with us today. And maybe we should introduce ourselves, and each board member will continue. Will introduce themselves around the table so we get familiar with us. I want to welcome you, for our board of directors here and the police services. Welcome. Maybe you could introduce yourself and introduce yourself. So,
it said, I come from the Sheboygan communities. My name is Keith Mason, and I'm with Casablanca. Like that's where my band status is. And that's where I work. And thank you for having me.
I'm from Board 7. We use
Hi, I'm Bob Baxter. I'm from Martin Falls. One of the councillors in Martin Falls. I'm also elder for NAPS Police Service on board, and also a staff carrier for the police service. Glad to have you aboard.
Catherine Butcher, the executive assistant to board.
Good morning, I'm Harl Gunner. I'm from the factory. A member of Tequa Tagmo. And forward to for a productive year. Always had an interest in teaching and developing adults, and what we can challenges ahead, and going to be a part of this this transition and this new phase that we're entering into as a police service. And it will only benefit our officers and our communities. thankful for that opportunity.
My name is Stan Beardy. I'm from Muskrat Town. I represent the Independent First Nations Alliance. At the present time, there's only Muskrat Town that belongs to NAPS. And there are 5 First Nations within Snagaski. I think there's possibilities that they'll be looking at NAPS and how well it doesn't meeting the expectations, community expectations in the future. I'm happy to be here. It's a new era, see what we can do in terms of improving services, police services for our people.
Today, Russell Kakapinam from Sunny Lake First Nations. I represent independent, four First Nations, including Sandy. So glad to be here.
Jay, good morning, Keith. My name is Anna Betty Natchnipineshkim, and I serve as a deputy grand chief for Anishinaabe Nation. And my role is on the board is to be ex officio for Anishinaabe Nation. I'm originally from Martin Falls, and grateful and glad that you have expressed an interest and that you have been appointed to this board.
Good morning, Keith. My name is Fabian. I'm the board liaison. So I work directly with the board chair under his direction. And of course, I communicate with each and every board member on various issues with the date between meetings. So welcome aboard. And I'm not sure if you're available Thursday, but I remember asking if you were, could hang around and take you to the office and give you some background on where we are, because we're kind of shoving right in there and hit the ground running. And I think you need a little bit more of that working knowledge of the board in order so that we don't get a stall and you're able to
It's Frank McKay, Saskatchewan Lake First Nation. Acting board chair. And welcome. We have a lot of work.
Hi, Terry Armstrong, presently the chief. Welcome, Keith, and it's going to be great working with you along with the rest of the board this year. I know we've got a lot of work to do, and so you're coming on at a good time in a lot of respects, because we can use extra hands and make sure that we move the police service ahead in this coming year and the next 5 to 10 to come. Thanks.
Good morning, Brad Deuce. I'm the deputy chief. I echo same thing what the chief mentioned under the CSPA, where as well as the board chair, where it's been a long time coming. Everyone worked extremely hard to get here, and it's going to be very exciting times for sure. So welcome aboard.
Morning, Keith. My name's Jason Batiste. And Happy New Year to my colleagues here at the board. My name's Jason Batiste. I represent the communities of the Waban Tribal Council, sort of the southeast part and all road access communities. So sometimes our issues are a little bit different than those that are experienced in the far north. But I think that's the job here, is to find a way to work collectively together and move forward to doing that with you and our other colleagues here at the table. So welcome.
Well, thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Welcome. So we'll go on to the review and adoption draft agenda, then there's a review adoption of draft minutes, September 25th to the 26th, 2024, Thunder Bay, and also October 11th, virtual Zoom meetings. October 1st, virtual Zoom meeting of NAPS Chiefs. December 18th, virtual Zoom meeting. December, so there's 4 sets of minutes that we need to approve from this agenda item, and then we have business arising from the minutes. One of them is a DARE program, so that will be dealt with at that time. And we need And we'll have a financial report, Jason, policy. That's it.
Jason P.
Jason P, okay. Director of Finance will be presenting a financial update to us, and then the interim chief of police report, Terry Armstrong, will present his police report. And then we'll have lunch here at the Spring Circuit, or do we have to go on?
We're gonna go for lunch. Kathleen and I are looking for a good place. We were thinking we might go to Montana's.
So Montana's at one second.
Brad offered to pay.
Then right after the lunch meeting at 1:30, we'll be back here for community issues, and this is where we discuss, each board member presents from their area, any community issues that's been brought up to the chiefs that you represent. So that's part of the process. And then we have board liaison report, Fabian, for these. And then we will have a 3 p.m. NAPS headquarters tour and photo shoot. So what does that photo shoot mean? We can shut.
It's above board.
Then that's it for the day. And then we'll call to order, the next day, Wednesday, so January 15th. And the first order of business there is the new requirements for operating under the new CSPA. And that's been, with Fabian Police, we'll be presenting that, and we're gonna have our legal counsel here too tomorrow, right?
Correct.
And also the rules and responsibilities that are required. We need to get training provided on the CSP, and that those details will be provided by Fabian. At 10 a.m., we have guests coming in, non-women's initiative department and non-women council. It calls for justice recommendation and implementation, missing persons, then gender diverse awareness and education, and that's by Deputy Grand Chief Bedian and Nipska. And there'll be other guests. And then we'll move into the entire portion of the meeting. This is a NAP selection of the executive, the board executive, will be electing the board chair, vice chair, and the secretary.
Treasurer.
Treasurer position. For those that don't know that, Zach was our secretary, Zach Day was our secretary treasurer, but his term expired, right? His 3 school service expired at that time. And then of course, Mike Matatoa, who was our chair of the board, he moved on to become the deputy grand chief of Nishnabis Nation. So that those are the things that are there. But out there, so we'll have elections at that time. And then we'll have lunch. Again, we'll go to Montana's.
I think we're gonna have lunch brought in. It's gonna be cheese and crackers, I think.
Tim Hortons.
We had the importance beside that. Well, then we'll have updates, the NAPS and internal review update by Doctor. And also Don Work.
Don Wormhole friends remotely.
Internal HR internal investigation update, Don Worm will be joining us remotely for that portion of the agenda. And then we'll have the NAPS internal review update by Bob. With Jerry McNally, right?
Correct.
Yeah. And then in the next date is that location of staff board meeting and voting. So that's our agenda. We need to have an approval of the agenda as presented. If there's any comments, questions, or additions that the board would like to add on the agenda, this is where we open up for that opportunity. Okay. So if there are any comments, questions, or additions?
I was just gonna suggest if we have like a bigger group coming, we do have training classrooms too, that we could present them with. That's a needed option, because this may be a little tight if you've got a women's group.
Yeah, I
coming.
think there's 2 or 3 that are coming in.
Okay, so that's an option, and
And also we need the, our legal, I don't know how many legal counsel there.
To,
there's just options for those presentations or those you want. So we can set up a classroom, we have 3 of them, and there's no training this week. So it's good.
Give us a tour again.
Tour and photo shoot.
There's an option there for people to connect on Zoom, right? Because the Women Council are going to be joining.
Yeah. We should be able to get that up. I'll check on that our next week. Make sure Ian can get it set up,
Yeah, we have-
but it might be tight in here.
So if there's any more discussions, I need a move and seconder for the, adoption of the agenda for Tuesday and Wednesday. Okay.
Set the agenda as presented.
Okay, moved by Stan and Jeremy.
Also, I
Yes, I will get that, then Russell. In a second, the motion.
we stand make history.
All right, you always Mr. Books in the first motion.
Yeah.
Was there any, objections? Comments? Not, then, indicate by raising your right hand. Yes.
Has to be your right.
Your left hand, your right hand. I think it. So it's passed, so we'll go on to the, review and adoption of draft minutes. September 25th, is that you, Patsy? Or who's?
Well, they were sent out ahead of time, so. They were emailed out to everybody.
draft minutes are all available on your app. And, you can indicate if you haven't had an opportunity to review them. You go to the, see them in PDF form, NAPS board minutes. And they're all there.
So,
Board meetings. And then to this board meeting here. And those are all minutes.
Is it really still? Board member or?
She's available. So procedurally, Keith, if you weren't attending at the meeting, it would not normally be you who nominates the review of minutes. Other members. And vote yay, and it's just improper to motion.
just, review the minutes, that's the point of view, see if there's any corrections or, further discussion that or question on the minutes.
Kathleen, we can pass up the motion.
Yeah, they're all in one.
Yeah, okay. So the motion will cover off the 4 sections of minutes.
Chair, I'll move the acceptance of the minutes of September 25th, 26th.
Okay. We have a moment to accept the minutes of September 25th and 26th. Need a second here? Any second here for the September 24th, 26th, 25th, 26 minutes? Okay. And then
Are we making comments on these minutes or are we just adopting them?
No, if there's any changes or adjustments you want to minutes, you should state them so that we can make those.
Right, I'll second that.
Hmm?
I'll second it.
Is there a second?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have a second there? Is there any comments on the minutes or is there any concerns or questions? Moved by this and the piece and second by Russell. Any further comments or questions or amendments? Let's call for a vote to see if there's all in favor. Is everybody in favor of the minutes of the September 26th and 26th? Agree that, be in agreement? Move on to the October 11th. October 11th. I'm gonna stay them over and second it first. Dropping that for that meeting. We fix that. There's over 11 meetings, virtual meeting. The short meeting. I need to move it.
Kathleen.
October 11th. Is that what you're looking
Yeah.
for?
Yeah, we're living.
Okay, moved by, Glenda.
On my side. So, it's around.
All right. There's two ways to do that.
You got that. It's kind of-
Second one.
Shorter version.
Moved by, no, then accept the minutes of the, October 11th. Zoom meeting. Second. Second by Jason Batiste. Is there any questions or discussion? Not. Everybody, all in favor? Okay, so it's passed. Now we'll walk in November 1st one.
Okay.
Everybody's in the process of now. I have a general question.
Okay.
In terms of our minutes, now that we're legislated, can the chiefs access our minutes if they ask for them, or does that work, chief and councils?
It's always been that way. The records were at our office, so if they wanted to access minutes, anything, they can access them through public record, except for, of course, the in-camera minutes.
Okay.
Now the public can do the same thing going through the sites.
Yep.
There'll be archived, they can go back to different meetings,
Mhm.
check it.
Sure. One of the questions raised by Chief Mamakwa, from that meeting, he asked if there was like an evaluation done on the chief of police by, you know, the officers and stuff. Um, I'm just wondering if we can flag that as, I don't know if that's something that would be done under the new, structure and legislation. If there was some way that the officers would be able to have some input in terms of evaluation in your officers. I don't know if that's part of the new process. It's just something that the chief had asked here.
Yeah.
I guess it's something to note, Chair, because we haven't changed the process. The chief of police is usually, when we do the evaluation, it's usually the senior management group that we get involved. Typically, the deputy and the finance manager and the committee from the board that does the review.
What this is when it takes a minute to follow up with our legal counsel. So what's the requirement of that new CSPA, that's submission to the evaluation of the chief of police. How do we get the officers in the field officer involved in having input in that?
Frank, I have a question. But the November minutes, that was the emergency meeting, right? With the. Yeah, what, November one?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I was just reading through the minutes on my long flight from Fort Severn to.
Oh, yeah.
So I had a time to read through
Yeah.
through the minutes and I'd like to but this one I'd like to I was just reading through it and what the chiefs did they have questions or like what you were saying, Anna Betty, like what one chief saying I didn't, but what did the other chiefs say? I didn't really see anything like from other chiefs, like on it's like Eddie was the one that was doing wanting to know things there. Eddie was the only chief, but what about the other chiefs? Didn't really comment or didn't really say anything. Other chiefs.
I think any comments made by their leadership are captured really well.
Yeah.
Like we had Chief Marlon, Chief Archie Wagas, Chief Deputy Chief Terry McAdabon, who all contributed to the conversation. And for others that were there, I think they pretty well had accepted what was happening.
Sure. Are we asking questions now or just reviewing the minutes? What are we doing here? Because I have a question
Approving minutes.
Yeah.
and we'll talk about the concerns afterwards or not. I have a question. When I don't even know if I'm looking at the right set of minutes. I'm looking at the very first.
Yeah, that's the one.
Where Chief Loan was talking about how does the grassroots frontline officers communicate their concerns to the board type of question? Because there's a structure within the police services. It has to be followed, lines of authority and communications. But this question is that if those officers on the ground have concerns and they feel that maybe their concerns are not adequately addressed within the lines of communications structures, do they have an opportunity to talk to the board? That's what he's asking here.
Yep.
And I don't see a response. The lawyer responded, but I guess that's the question is,
How do we address that? That gap?
yeah, like, I don't know, like normally the structure we have is what is needed to the police service to work. But here, on the ground officers are saying we have concerns. How do you address it? Is it appropriate to, because it's not, when you look at the lines of authority and communications, you have to respect what's there. That's what works in mainstream society. But in our situation, when we try to incorporate our cultural understandings on policing protection for our people, things, the scenarios are sometimes different. And they're just asking, how do we address that? But I get the impression, looking at Chief Loan's comments, that in frustration, a lot of those officers on the ground may just walk away because there's no real avenue for them to raise their issues without fear, without intimidation. So I'm just asking a question.
I think we need to review our structure. But there's a commander, regional commanders that are out there. Who will be the local.
I also understand it is very important that we have to be careful and respect the structure we have set, because we cannot have every grassroots person come to the board. That's not going to work either. So I just, we have to make sure that we ought to make sure that the service works. We ought to follow the established lines of authorities and communications. But here's a situation, they were just asking how do we communicate our frustrations or concerns at the community level. It's a question that's out there, I guess.
Yeah, and I think the way our structure is it can come through anybody if they've got a complaint or if there are questions where any officer should be in the field should take a complaint. If there's a complaint, should ignore that and pass it on up through the region and eventually to us at headquarters. Thing is that if they're not getting, satisfaction, and I think that's what he's looking at is where do they go next, right? But like I say, we do also have a PSP section, a number of different divisions within the service where they can work. When we do our NCO conferences as well, we have the officers bring up discussions on frontline stuff. Or service. There's lots of ways to report. There's lots of ways to.
The way I understand it is that there's the community officers, they
Yeah.
report to a supervisor, right?
Yeah, there was.
And the supervisor reports to the commander, regional
Yes,
commander,
yes.
and then the commander reports to
To the deputy.
the deputy.
Yeah, there's about 5 layers of multi-layered reporting structure, not including professional security. So there's multiple avenues that they can voice some concerns if they have it. Besides going direct, like you mentioned, sir, going directly right to the board. Which, if that was the case, it most likely get inundated with quite a few concerns, right? So there's multiple layers.
I'll quite often take the concerns right from the officers on the ground. If they come to me, I don't turn them away. And neither does the deputy handle that. So like I say, I've had that happen where they weren't getting the satisfaction from the supervisor. So they circumvented the system. That we don't recommend it all the time, but if it happens, we'll certainly address it. And we won't turn anybody away for sure. Like we like them to use the system, but like I say, if the system doesn't seem to be working for them, then they have to have options.
Members have access to our minutes.
Not those minutes. They'll have access to the action at the board.
Yeah.
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 Says now we're supposed to go, if there's no action, then it's up to you.
Yeah, we definitely would. Yeah.
When you're talking about the chain of command.
Yeah.
That's talking about the chain of command, right? Where you're. Oh, but sometimes, I found out, that some chiefs or whoever, some chiefs is kind of don't use that. They just want to call like whoever they feel that they need to call about situations that they're not gonna go to the officers there in the community or to go talk to them right away. They'll wanna go to whoever is the one they're supposed to talk to. So with that, the chain of command being done that way, so are we still going to, is there gonna be any changes on anything, on those things about with the chain of command? Or the chiefs are just going to just talk to whomever they want to, who they can contact? Or sometimes I'll have someone come to me and say, who do I talk to here? Who do I talk to? And I say, well, go to the officers first. If it's them, no, I don't want to talk. I don't want to talk. I really want answers here. Say that.
You can direct them to talk to supervisors. The inspector, if they're concerned there's something that the officers can't deal with because the officers are offside on the issue. And of course, many chiefs, no matter what, they will call the deputy or the chief of police. That happens
Yeah.
many times. And it's who they are and who they're used to talking to. And the chief and the deputy are well aware of it. And when they can, and in my office too, we do remind them that, and we let them know subtly that, yeah, or not so subtly, that, yeah, we will get in touch with the inspector and he will take care of it. That's telling the chief there was another guy, right? And then, and eventually the chiefs do find that way, but it's hard to crack the old habits. They're the leaders in the community, and they want to speak to someone who can provide the proper authority back down.
Also a question. This was just last week, one of the counselors had asked me a question saying that, is that legal, or can a police officer go and search a house looking for an adult had requested for the officer to go to this home and look for this person? Is that, like, this person is an adult to go find someone else at somebody else's house. And I said, I don't know, I don't know that. I said, I don't, is that, can that be done like it's like if a family, okay, like if a family is searching in the community, they're talking about in the community. If a family member is searching for another family member, wanting to know if they're okay or if they're all right, and the officer and the family wants to make sure, since the officer, they're looking for this person in that home, another person's home. Is what he was trying to find out. He was asking me that, and I said, but I didn't really know. I told him I'd asked about it. And I don't know what.
Better the officer's answer, but it is connected to routine health
So
wellness
there's
check.
things that they do ask, you know, like,
Would definitely depend on the circumstances, like every situation would be the same. Like what's the background? Is this person maybe being held in the house against their will, or is it just a wellness check, or they just want to know where they are? I mean, we wouldn't go in the house to search without, if it was an adult, we'd probably go to the door and say, so-and-so is looking for their family, are they here? But they wouldn't give us grounds if they're adult to necessarily enter the house and look for that person. We want to help the communities in the system in any way we can with, finding people and stuff like that. But like I say, it's a case by case, because they're, depending on what circumstances that we're given as to why they're looking for them, as to whether we have the grounds to go any further than just inquiring. So like I say, I would have to know on a case by case and what the background is. Yeah.
I know we're going off topic, but that's a question, like, Thunder Bay, so many trap houses, right? Do you need a warrant to go check into the house? Yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Again, it depends on the
Yeah.
circumstances then.
Yeah.
Well, it depends on us, we're inside the reserve, I think we can just go in, kind of like Thunder Bay. I'll take notes, yeah.
If the indication with that person that you're looking for is in need of protection or whatever, obviously then there's laws to permit the entrance of that house, whether with or without warrant, right? So like I say, it really depends on the circumstances of the actual information that we're given as police. If it's just, hey, go look in there for that guy, then that's probably not going to fly, right? So, but you'll have to look at the whole totality of the circumstances they're presented to the police as to whether they have the grounds.
Chief Flurry.
We're still
You see the road, the headquarters?
Yeah.
So anyway,
Chair, sorry.
Yeah,
I just, I may just want to make sure that, especially under the new legislated service, that as directors, as the governance piece of this organization, we understand our roles, I think, a little bit more clearly than before. I think we're under even stricter obligations to make sure that operationally, we're leaving that to processes that we've created with. So to the question of a chief coming to me, for example, and they come to me and say, well, what about this situation, or what about that situation? And very specific to a case of an individual or a member that they're looking for, say, to go into the house. I think we need to defer that to, here's the number you call.
Yep.
Here's who you should talk to, whether it's Fabian, and that's what I usually do. I usually say, Fabian got a call from Chief so-and-so. Can you take this over as a matter of community concern to the operational people for resolution? Because as a director, I can't touch that. Like I'm not supposed to interfere in, I'm supposed to inform and keep communities up to speed on governance issues. with respect to the organization, but I think, you know, it's not my place to say, well, yeah, go ahead and do this, or go ahead, or I think, like, my opinion doesn't matter. What I'd like to think, or what I'm doing is saying, well, hey, as you said, I don't know, so, but here's the guy that knows. Here are the people that know, and even when Chief Loon was asking about, you know, where do the officers go with their complaints? You go over there. Don't bring that to me. I don't want to hear it. Like, I get that there may be real concerns there, but it's the operational people that have to deal with that. And recalling that we only deal with the chief of police as a matter of our guy. Like, that's the guy that we get to discipline and take, you know, hold feet to fire. But it's his job and the rest of the agency's job to manage the day-to-day, especially in this paramilitary organization, right? We don't go there. The discipline, and we've all been in organizations where there's a desire for folks with an axe to grind, perhaps, to go around management to the governance people. And for my part, I steer them back into process. You go over there. You go talk to these people, and you're understanding that there are ways that individual complaints and concerns from frontline officers can and are managed, as Chief was saying. I'll get to it, and I'll even take the complaints directly, even though that's probably a little bit of an elevation of concern to his point of view. You probably shouldn't deal with it right away until it's made its way through channels, but that's, you know, the discretion I think that the operations folks have to manage specific concerns, and you know, like the ones that Chief Loon had brought forward. So that's just me as a director. I'm not getting involved, because I think that's trouble. I think that if we start to inject our own opinions on what I think about a specific complaint, and we've all been through this situation on boards of directors before, where directors come forward and said, well, I talked to so-and-so for my membership, and I don't care what the executive director says of the organization, but this is a real issue. And not having vetted the entire situation through the very detailed processes that we've created at this organization to manage those hard questions. So anyway, that's my 2 cents in the matter.
Thank you. I think we need to clarify, you know, in relation to when we get these complaints at the community level, what members that you referred back to. We as the board have to know what each community that we serve as. We represent what the directives talking to this, that you are for this and so on. And then if that can work, then you go for that. Go ahead on.
Yeah.
I used to call it Ron after this day.
Yeah. And you're not alone. I still get very many calls from the chiefs after hours and stuff like that. And I take all the calls and we address them. We encourage in the communities that you know, they get a hold of the supervisor or the regional commander, which are inspectors within the service. Because they know their regions, and they're supposed to have the pulse all the time, where we're you know, managing all 3 of the regions from a you know, a few thousand feet higher up. So we encourage them to go and deal firstly with the supervisor, but the regional commanders are always available, or their 2 ICs, which are staff sergeants. But like I say, it's still very common for chiefs to call us direct, and like I say, we certainly will deal with the issues as they come to us. But I also agree that it could be very you can be inundated with complaints if you're taking it at the board level and trying to address them from a board perspective, and as board member Batiste had said that you know, sometimes the information that's coming in is only one side of the story, you know, so it's you want to be careful just how you address that if you haven't got all the information too, because like I say, if you're just getting that one side, there may be more information that has to be investigated, before we look at giving opinions and stuff as to courses of action, in police matters, right? Investigations and stuff. You want to be careful with that. Because you're not expected to be police officers, you're board members, you're governors, right?
Just wanted to add a little bit there. Then what I think we can do here is I can arrange to get the deployment charts, current staffing charts out to the members so that they will know in particular which area, who are the supervisors, who are your inspectors, so that you're familiar with those names. I know that in your communities, that's not a problem, but maybe in the neighboring community, you don't know who it is over there. So I'll endeavor to do that as part of this. And other than for that, Chair, I think we need to get back to the business of the day, which is looking for past the minutes of the November 1st and December 18th.
Okay, is there any more questions in relation to the November 1st meeting? Just want to make sure that you know that we're all clear that in terms of the procedures that we have established and how we can respond more effectively to our First Nation communities. But that, Moved by Benny.
Yeah, I'll sometimes second, let's get things moving,
And all in favor? Yep, all in favor? Okay, move on. Thank you. December 18th.
This last minutes was primarily just to enact the new board constitute, so that in case something happened between the time of then and our meeting now, and we had to act, we would still be a standing board and we would be able to take care of it. That was the primary reason. And then, of course, we got into a little bit more detail, which was good. Terry provided us the update on the civilian vote manner and how that was going to work as far as the unions now becoming an association.
Any questions on? December 18th, Richard. Zoom call. Move. Move the rest of that freedom seconded. Seconder for, the December 18th meeting. Yeah, Betty. Betty, look good, second the motion. Okay, if there's any more discussion, if not, you all in favor? Yes. Okay, I will move to the next item, which is national report. Jason.
Mr. Rising Chair.
Oh, yes. Business arising. There's one item there that, we got players that they're program. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I believe everyone has copies of the DARE program. That's the blue one that's out right now. So from the last minutes as we just went through, it was also brought up for a little bit more information regarding the DARE program. This is a program that's near and dear to my heart, as well as a few of the other senior commanders. I was actually first introduced to DARE back in 2005 when I started my deployment in Chigogamine. I worked with one of the OPP officers providing the program to the local school on site. Since then, I kind of amalgamated into the drug enforcement unit, where I saw the value in the DARE program. So just a little bit of backstory regarding DARE. It stands for Drug Abuse Resistant Education. It was originally created back in 1983 through the Los Angeles Police Department. So we've adopted, not us specifically, Canada's adopted it back in 1989. Where the primary goal of this is to provide education to teach children about the dangers of drug abuse and to promote a healthy drug-free lifestyles. So what in reference to myself running the drug enforcement unit back in the day, we wanted to implement a lot more DARE officers to provide these educational components to the schools, to the chief and councils, to whoever within the community that it would encompass. This has been done for a number of factors. You know, it talks about preventing drug abuse. It talks about building valuable life skills, as well as promoting positive behaviors within the children, as well as community members itself. Just to fast forward through it. So, man, I spoke here about a little bit about the curriculum that it talks about with the educational scope. It discusses peer pressure resistance, whereas you see in a lot of the communities, and not so much in the communities, just in everyday life. You know, you have peer pressure that affects individuals to take drugs, to use alcohol, things of that nature, and also engagement with law enforcement. So a lot of these skills that are taught from our officers. So currently NAPS has, and I'll just flip back and forth. You guys have all the presentations here. Currently we have 9 trained drug officers, or DARE officers within NAPS. Since taking office in the deputy position, I wanted to double that. So what we were able to do is work with the promoter of DARE, and we've put another 6 seats out. So those seats they'll be trained in February 17th, which the training is February 17th to February 28th, and they'll be trained at the Ontario Provincial Police at one of their detachments. So that's going to add much needed access to more DARE officers. Now, one of the main reasons why we have so many DARE officers, that'll bring us up to relatively about 15 DARE trained officers. We do have some officers that are region specific, that are unit specific, where we want to have the ability, if there is a request from a prospective chief and council, that we can provide the said training out to the individuals. So covered within the training, there's instructional techniques, how to deliver the program, the curriculum properly and professionally. There's drug and alcohol education. life skills training. They do a lot of interactive methods that with an emphasis on role playing, as well as group activities to engage the students in learning. And afterwards, they receive a certification after the course is now complete. So I know that there was some questions with regards to the monetary component of DARE. We have looked and spoke with the DARE, I guess the coordinator, about putting on our own course. This year within training, as I kind of oversee the training as well, we have 83 weeks of training venues. Thankfully, we have multiple training rooms here at our new headquarters that we can encompass a lot of this. So we haven't got the training here for this. However, what can happen is, and I have it all broken down in here. So the training is approximately $10,000. So that's for us to host it. And that's including bringing trainers in, and that includes their flights, their per diems and everything for their instructors to present it. When we bring trainers in, that gives us the ability to have more seats. We will open it up for other services if they want to join, but that'll give us approximately 15 officers to train. So it is an added investment. It's just about finding the time to get everything in with our block training and our post-Elmer and pre-Elmer training and all our senior officer courses as well. So that's on us to make that happen. When you do get the training, it also comes with pre-program items per program. So what'll happen is that's roughly about $2,000 for those, and that's like you see the pop-up cards. I'm going to call it DARE swag. There's teddy bears you might have seen out in the public there. So that's to engage the youth, to engage the public on like stickers, things of that nature, just to get the name out there. As well as the single items per instructor, the laptop, the screens, things for them if communities don't have a lot of these items, that we will present them for them, right? So there's no cost to the officer per se. You know, it's going to be on NAPS and our finance department to purchase these items per officer. So it's definitely an added investment going forth. I've been a big proponent and working with his name's Harry, working with him to try to get more of our officers trained. Even to the point, like I said, we'll send officers to wherever there's the training within the province just to get them trained, because you know, housing it is somewhat problematic when we have so many training that's going on right now. So that in a nutshell is basically the DARE program. Like I said, I'm a big believer and a big proponent for DARE. I utilize it from the aspect where I know a lot of the communities like to see drug presentations. A lot of the chief and councils like to see drug presentations. So we will have the DARE officer do that, right? That's part of their mandate, part of their programming, where we can have the drug officers just continue their investigative stability to go forth. So it adds, it's twofold. So we get the officers re-engaging with the community, re-engaging with the youth, when we have our drug officers continuing the work that they're doing, and they do link up quite extensively, the two programs, simply because, I mean, it's a lot of trends that are out there. Like, you know, once back when it was marijuana that was really big, you know, now it's methamphetamine and more dangerous drugs, right? So that's why they have a direct linkage to both of them. So we will be looking at trying to secure a course, most likely within the new year, as this year is already 83 weeks booked of our training. However, that being said, like I said, we have 6 officers set to go for February 17th. But we'll also continue looking for more avenues out there, for more other agencies that are hosting this, so we can get more officers trained. Is there any questions regarding the DARE program? And again, sorry, if anyone wants to have a presentation provided from the DARE officers, again, reach out to the local officers. They know who is properly trained. Again, it kind of goes through the chain of command, and they'll get pushed through our intelligence unit who oversees there as well, and our training component. So we can get one established, and you know, if there's like a career fair community, or you guys have an event going on or something like that, that you want a booth set up, then you can definitely do that as well.
First of all, thank you, for, to the board for placing this on the agenda. It's, I am familiar with this, particular program, when it was first just, provided by the OPP. So I'm glad that there's officers that have been trained, and I, I support that we get more officers, involved and trained, because it is a good program, and I know it caters to, a certain, younger age children, right? And it's like, we're always hearing from our communities that we need to have more prevention. And this is a good source, and I know that it will be greatly appreciated by the leadership and the citizens of Man if we're, have more resources for this program to be delivered. And, yeah, and I'm glad that you're totally, supporting it, and that's, I'm glad to hear that more, officers are interested.
It gets them in the schools too, right? Like you said, preventative measures, and that's where you need to grab them right away, is when they're most vulnerable at that age, right? So it's a fantastic program. So,
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you for following this up. I raised this a couple of times. I guess, I wasn't aware of this program until I talked to one of the officers, Lever, this summer. He was talking about what he was doing in the community. I guess what really attracted me with the attention is that the kids were hanging around with him and talking to him, and I was wondering why the kids were so receptive to him. And then that's when he told me that he was running a DARE program, so all those kids in the school know him, and when they see him around the village, they go talk to him. And the intervention is critical, because during the holidays in Mushkegong, there was a 10-year-old girl that took her own life because of bullying. So my question is that there's various numbers identified here. $10,000 to run a program by the traders, but also some numbers in terms of what it costs per person. Is our objective then to make this part of NAPS program in terms of policing, or is this something aside that we're trying to set up? I guess what I'm saying is that it will work if it's part of something structured that the chiefs can relate to. They can call NAPS and say, we'd like to have their program, longer term objective to be part of NAPS programming, how you deal with prevention of what's happening.
Yeah, it's been part of our programming, and I think that part of the messaging here from the deputy was that we want to increase this type of program and get more of it out there by getting more officers trained. And I think it's best that we, continue to take ownership and deliver it to the communities as they need it. And these costs are not significant when you look at the costs of the young people learning and have the options to life's choices, just with some additional information in their classroom as to making right choices and stuff. So like we all know as parents and grandparents that it's imperative that we try to get to children young and we're going to stop them all though, but if we can save and educate any number of children, done some due diligence, right? So I don't think we're looking at stepping outside of our organization and keeping it structured within the organization. So appreciate the question.
In terms of the funding, is it a challenge for NAPS to come up with the required funding for the program adequately set up? Is that would be a problem in terms of resourcing this program to have it up and running? So basically, a lot of the NAPS officers are available to run these programs in 34 communities.
Yeah, no, I don't believe funding. I think the chief can echo that as is a concern or an issue here. Typically, what'll happen under our training venue, a lot of the courses that we will send officers on are typically trained or they're paid through Ontario Police College if they're going there. However, we do kind of step outside that as well. Sometimes they have to go to Ottawa or another training venue somewhere else. This would kind of fall into that same category, right? So like the chief mentioned, one of the ideas is to get more officers trained, is to even number one, to host our own, which we can get up to, like I said, 15 seats, if not more. And that'll just exponentially add to our ability to provide the program. So the program, like I said, it's not going to go away. We're invested in it. I see a fantastic value in it, and a value that gives back to our communities as well.
And we're lucky to absorb those costs.
You have 9 so far? 9.
Correct. We have 9 right now, and I put through another 6, and they're going to be going February 17th. And that just because that's not any I was about it. 6.
None of the ones we've run, I've heard really good feedback. Also, we haven't heard any. I don't think we've heard anything negative about any of these programs being run. So it's very positive.
General concepts were in design.
Yeah.
Ago.
Yeah. Same kind of messaging, similar to that. Yeah. And if there's any other questions, feel free to reach out to me for the DARE program specifically.
Comment. I think it's important that you make this program available to as many schools as possible in our catchment area. Back in it came into existence in 1989, and I did it under the First Nation Policing program with OPP for more than 3 years. I guess that's all I did was going to the. We had 4 or 5 schools within there pretty well every day. We had a office in one of the schools. There was an office in there. We could afford it at that time. We had that way. And the deputy chief said it's a good program. Prevention is very important. And two, that's when you get into the higher grades. When you bring this in, it opens the eyes of some. I know a couple that ended up going into angel police as a result of being exposed to it. But I think it's very important. It's not just a program. I think it's really something that can reach our kids. And I thank you for this detailed presentation. Appreciate that very much. That's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
Any other questions on the DARE program? Otherwise, you'll
Yes, I'll be expecting you notice.
But only if you take part.
Can we take 5? Sure.
Yeah.
Let's take a
Yeah,
5
yeah.
break. Sure. Washroom break. That'll never touch.
While everybody's on the paper, I passed around an oath of office and a big check. Please fill out those forms today. I believe that our chief of police, he's a commissioner of both, right?
He is, no, we have,
But you have someone come in.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, once all the forms are done, we'll just get this stamp.
So we're hoping to have that running this afternoon. Be up to date. It's a couple of more requirements that we have.
Good morning. Yeah.
Good. Happy New Year to you. So just running with that for cleaning the house. And oh. Oh.
Everybody else ran away. Sure, all the numbers.
Money.
Yeah, put everyone to sleep with all the numbers.
Something very quickly. Second page. Good.
Say when you walk in the room. All right.
That's what they say when the judge walks in, eh?
Yeah. All right. Ready to go?
I'm a certain for how long?
14 years.
The money started to roll in.
Oh, yeah, I came
Yeah.
in December.
Back in the.
The address, like, goes back and forth from Thunder Bay to Muskrat. So when she asks what he uses on.
Whatever is considers his permanent address.
No fixed address, would that work?
So probably was he, so he's probably a good indication what's on your driver's license.
He's originally from,
Yeah. Cause that's what they'll look up is for your DL, as they call it.
I know it's something you don't look at unless you're asked to show it. Oh, so that's what you did.
The financial report is in the chief's report, down on page 51.
I never looked at it. That travel so much out.
They haven't done the new book on the CPSA yet.
So we can go ahead and sign this now, or?
PSA,
Yeah.
that's how thick it is. The CSPA will probably be very similar, like the Bible, so. This is the old 2023, because they put them out every year, right? So this is a 2023 edition of the Police Services Act.
Okay.
So now.
Yeah.
So we just enacted the 24th, they're still printing
So
it.
it's totally.
When it comes out, but you can bet it'll be that big.
Yeah, that's good.
You can also search just about everything online for it.
Yes.
Yeah.
It'll be down on
Probably easier.
page
to find better.
Financial?
Get copies.
That's a CME meeting.
You
Oh, like-
Scroll down, you gotta do the ultimate scroll.
Okay,
Yeah, page 51.
I'm speed reading the whole report.
Right near the end.
Yeah. It's the last two pages.
Yeah.
Oh, you've got lots to say there, chief.
How do we manage the screen?
Got the chief's report.
Very last page.
The last two pages.
We got a big report here.
Yeah.
You're here for a couple of days.
Yeah, well, we won't be reading it all.
We're gonna go line by line. Or not.
They said, make it big. I'm just kidding.
Let's talk about it.
Okay,
we're just waiting for Betty. I don't know.
washroom. Support.
Oh, thanks.
It's not like fucking 3 pages.
So, Chief Armstrong is, the incident and stuff.
You got a pen? Oh, you got a pen?
Yeah, I got one.
The
The
region,
type of incidents,
yeah,
like
the
we
region,
have,
the region put them in. They submitted them to us.
Yeah.
So it may be done, some of them might have done it a little different.
is there? Can I get a copy of the incident types, like,
Yeah,
not maybe right now, but.
yeah, no, certainly, certainly. That's pretty easy first.
Because I know at one time we had a concern about the mental health.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting when we look at regions, the monthly reports from some communities, it's like mental health calls will be half of the calls.
So you're an appointee.
And in other communities, you might get more. So, yeah.
Other, I think.
So it's good that there's things by community.
We're doing one. Yeah.
Cause I only saw one where it says. Calls and then charges. Doesn't highlight the.
It doesn't break it down.
Okay, then.
Are you taking those,
If they're ready, yes.
You know there's gonna be a test.
Study this way.
Told me there's an exam.
So I guess we'll get started. We've got a finance report next. So we're gonna start off with the financial report from our finance. Director of Finance. Jason. Pete.
Good enough. All right, so as mentioned, the finance report is in the chief of police report, the last 2 pages of the report. For those looking for it online, I won't go through line by line because we'll be here for a while, but I'll go through the highlights. And what we're looking at is the second column of the report, the September 30th, 24 current year actual. So that's the year-to-date numbers up to the end of September 2024. So for our revenues to that point, we had just over $42 million that was either deposited into our account or was owed to us at that point in time. For the expenses, officer salary, just under 11 million year to date. Civilian salary, 2.1 million. Overtime, 4 million. Again, that goes, a lot of our officers have to put in overtime to cover shifts. So we have multiple officers in communities or for prisoner transport, guard duty, what have you. Remote pay is 300,000, pension costs 973,000, and just other payroll and benefit costs 2.9 million. So total salaries and benefits year to date 21.3 million. Equipment, we have a total of 6.7 million. Most of it is in the other equipment. That includes the renovations on this building for the current year. And that's what's brought that cost up for this year. It's the final costs to get all the renovations done in here. Radio project maintenance, 479,000. Aircraft and travel. This one will go a little bit more detail. So the lease plane, 645,000. We didn't actually sign the lease with Air Bravo until the end of August 2024. So really, we only had 1 month of our leased plane, which is why our aircraft charters is so much higher year to date at almost $6.4 million, because we had to charter to move our people around. And then staff and other travel, 581,000, so a total of $7.6 million. Building costs, rent and utilities, 885,000, building maintenance, 997,000, so almost $1.9 million. On the next page, other operating costs. So our supplies, 468,000, office supplies, 404,000, communication, freight costs, 270,000, legal audit consultant costs, 304,000, recruitment and community engagement, 251,000, computer services, 130,000, insurance, 439, and conferences, 49,000, so a total of 2.3 million. Training costs, 369,000, and other programs are Intel program, survivor support, cadet, one-time capital, and drug unit. So Intel, 120,000 we spent year to date, survivor support, 373, cadet, 73,000, one-time capital, 391, and drug unit, 708,000. So our total expenditures, 42, just over 42 million. So we have a 6-month break even. Our projected total budget is $184 million for the year that we have to spend in the next, basically a lot of that has to be spent in the next 3 months. So we have our programs in place, everything, we've had discussions with all departments to go over their budgets and go over what needs to be done by the end of the year. Our the renovations on this building are near complete. We have some minor stuff down in the lobby area for security purposes. That should be done very shortly. We are purchasing the Northwest Regional Office in Sioux Lookout Airport. We should be closing that by the end of this month. And then the renovations on that building are going to start pretty much right away. Use a lot of this. We also have some temporary residences going into communities for our officers. We've got 9 projected to be built over the next 3 months to go up. And then some other pretty significant items, vehicle purchases, computer purchases that are going to all be done to use up this money, hopefully by the end of the year. However, because of how late it was in getting the commitment from Ontario for the new funding, I'm going to be approaching them probably in the next month and a half to see if we can carry forward any of the unspent money to next year, because they had originally promised us the money in August and we didn't get it until mid-December. So they didn't give us the time to spend what they promised us back in August. Any questions?
Air Bravo.
Yes,
How long do we have Air Bravo?
we have a 3-year contract with them.
I know, I heard you said we purchase our own airline or plane will be cheaper.
Yes, we've looked into that. We actually have had some meetings about that. It's a minimum 3-year wait to even purchase a plane.
The government actually agreed to letting us purchase the planes. We did our own study on it, comprehensive study on the planes. We hired a pilot to do the study, and actually the most senior Pilatus pilot in this country, I guess. But anyway, what they come up with was I think 2 years to build, eh?
2 years to build,
2 years to build a.
3 years on delivery.
Yeah, so, and we're kind of even looking at the fact as we grow in size, is the Pilatus even gonna be big enough? Because, right now, you know, when we're moving our officers around in the Pilatus, you're only getting about 5, 6 people in their kit on the plane. So as we double in size, we're gonna be taking a lot of runs. It might be more cost effective to look at a bigger plane. So that's something that we've been doing in discussions just as of late, because like I say that there's a number of different ones out there. Obviously, the 1900 is I think 18 people, but there's a ATR, 30 people is still live on the runways around here. So that's consideration we have to take too. But the government also said in their initial conversations that they were for it, but not right now. They said a couple of years down the road. So yeah, very expensive, and this year was even more expensive because of the fact that we didn't have an agreement, so it actually cost us more for charters this year than it should have.
But we've also built that into the new budget under the CSPA. So we've increased charter costs accordingly for that. We've also increased the charter costs to add additional hubs to move our officers. So we're looking at a hub in Winnipeg and another one down in Southern Ontario, closer to where some of our officers are. So they only have to go a short distance to get on the plane to get into their communities. So we've got a lot of extra costs built into this.
One more. So if that time comes, right, we have to get our own maintenance, stuff like that.
So we could hire our own maintenance people for it, but we could also contract that out.
Yeah, Pilatus would do that. If you buy a plane off them, they'll do all that.
They'll do all the maintenance. We can sign an agreement with them to do all the maintenance. We would have to hire pilots though.
Yeah, you'd have to.
On your question, Russell, Zach said that he would like to come back at any time and talk to the board about, you know, if they have a cost sheet, then there's hidden frustrations in there on managing the aircraft that he thinks you should know about. And I said, sure, if we ever get to that point, Zach will have you back. He's still with Wasea with things, and he knows some of the ins and outs that we don't hear about, not just the, you know, when you send it for the oil, for the engine change and stuff like that, and the mandatory paint jobs and whatever happens as the life of the plane goes on. But my question that I had was more directed about the cost of the charters right now.
Yes.
One of the things that's in my report later on is that there's a significant uptick in their costs.
There is.
And what I want to know, have you done any checking? Like what we used to do was just fire up to 3 and then get the least quote.
Yeah.
And at the time, Air Bravo was so good.
Yeah.
That I didn't bother doing quotes.
Some of them aren't even responding.
Yeah.
They don't want to fly us around.
There just isn't.
There isn't the planes. We're struggling to get planes out of North Star to move people around. Same thing with Wasea.
Okay.
Air Bravo is the only one that actually has the planes that can move us around.
Oh, keep us informed if the planes do become available elsewhere.
Yeah.
I don't want to be accused of just
Absolutely.
all the time.
No, absolutely.
And
we do try to get wherever we can, especially when it's an emergency. We need to move people right away. We go wherever.
Because some of the flights that we have for our community consultations are, of course, charters. And we know we looked at and we had budgeted 16,000, which was a good number back then. But now they come back 22.
Yeah. We've also done some research in relation to the additional hubs, whether it would be cheaper to pay our officers to take order from Toronto to Timmins or to Thunder Bay to catch their plane up to the communities. And we're looking at, I think it's about 60,000 a month just for the central region in charter costs to move people around with the additional hubs. We can actually save some money by just having the officers book their own flights into Thunder Bay, it'll be like 6,000 a month. So a savings of 54,000 to fly commercial to get here, and then we just put them on our plane to go up to their communities. So we're doing a lot of research over the moving of our people right now.
What is the new legislation that we're coming under here, that we're under?
CSPA.
How will that impact or benefit that? What we have? Is there any big change,
Nothing really. It's a lot, like all the numbers are in there. For finance, they're giving us this year $116 million. Next year, I think it's projected to be 181 million. A lot of it is going to be on infrastructure, the building of new detachments, new offices, and new residences for all of our people. Plus, giving them some incentives to stay with us, increasing the remote pay for our officers. Right now, they receive about $4,000 annually. We're pumping that up to $15,000 annually. We're going to pay them overtime to travel on their rotation days. We're going to give them some meals while they're deployed in their detachments, per diem $50 a day. And that's all built into this new budget.
The biggest change with, I guess, with the CSPA is we get more money to do what we need. Budget is big.
And we're going to try to hire more people to do it.
In order to provide effective policing as per their act, they have to give you the money to get the numbers of people. They have to give you the money to build the infrastructure that meets code, all this. So that's the
I want to say too, I really appreciate the reports. They're very detailed. Like even their presentation was really detailed, and as directors, it's important that that information is at the table. But I need to create. I know there's a lot of effort, and sometimes it's not said enough. Appreciate that. I just want to say that. So, only we get that one way on there. I'm only kidding.
Well, we did the 15,000 remote pay.
Well, the interesting thing is they go public with, what we signed, and then they put that big numbers in the pay deal for the first numbers of money that would be injected into the police service, how we started to get calls from people as how they could help spend the money from outside agencies. You guys really need this, and you really need that. And it was very interesting, some of the calls like that.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Are you gonna call back any money?
As of right now, no, I'm gonna ask them if we can keep it, if we don't spend it all this year, just because they delayed this in starting all of the projects. I anticipate that we're going to, of the 116, we're going to spend probably close to 80-90 million of it. So it's going to be a lot of it once we get rolling into some of the bigger capital projects that we have just ready to go.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of demonstrating early commitments.
Yeah.
To them when you put that.
And in a lot of the conversations that I've had with Ashley O'Connell at Ministry of Solicitor General, she indicated that so long as we have the commitments in place to spend the money, they'll be fine with it.
I think the Sulako headquarters were looking at 32 million.
In total over 2 years. So we're gonna buy it for 400,000 and we've got anticipated about another 3.5 million for the drawings to what the new building's gonna look like and to start some of the renovations in the hangar area.
We're keeping the hangar and everything else is going.
No, it's a great location.
Airport too.
It's right there at the airport. We have budgeted for this year about 7 million for the Northeast region, but we don't have anything in place ready to go with that one yet. We've looked at some options, but we haven't committed to anything. We don't know if we want to keep our Northeast Regional Office in Cochrane where it is and perhaps build something new around there, or move it to Timmins, which is the hub for the region. It's where all the planes come in and go out of. It would be easier to have our officers or pick our regional office there, but we don't have a commitment on that yet. So we're looking into options.
Well, yeah, that was a,
What do you,
we were putting it out to the board to make a decision on that one. Because of we are moving across from Cochrane to Timmins, we will be displacing people. And we thought it was one of the, very, I think it was about 3 board meetings that we brought it up, we discussed it. Yeah. That we need to have governance, leadership, let us know.
positive, right?
I just have 2 comments. Thank you, Jason, for the presentation. First of all, in terms of the survivors support program, and I think this question is more to the chief and deputy chief. I hope that the plan is that we have some type of evaluation to ensure that this program can accommodate the needs of you know, the 34 communities that we service. Because I know that they have their budget. I see in the revenue, they do get some money from the survivor support program. And that they have a projected budget cost expenses of over 70. Where are we in here?
So at the bottom, the projected expenses are 747,000. Our budget for the year is 986,000.
Okay.
For the survivor support program.
So that includes their salary, their rent.
Yeah.
Travel.
Yes, everything.
Okay.
And we are looking at hiring more people for the program.
Yeah, we actually just put a new position in prevent partner violence.
Yeah.
PD.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're beefing that up as well.
Okay, yeah, because the presentation tomorrow might be, it will be addressing certain things such as support for, more support for missing and murdered individuals.
Yeah.
That type of support program, which we know is available in other parts of the country. So I think that's, you know, considering the number of homicides that we're having to deal with in our area, that is something I think that we need to look at if it really what we provide is reflective of the need. And my other question is in terms of our dispatch process, like where does that fall under? Because we're paying the OPP, right, to provide the.
Actually, no, we're not.
No?
They're not charging us
Oh,
to piggyback on their system.
okay,
But that's all within the radio radio project.
The radio project,
Yeah.
okay.
That's all within there and in our, where it was, the, communication, line item as well. In the other operating, so we do have built into our budget additional costs in case OPP does start charging us for.
Okay.
Being
Well,
part of this.
especially if we're demanding, like translation.
Yes.
And to have that.
Yeah,
And then your body cams,
they're all in there under the other equipment.
Okay.
So we've already bought body cams for, I think, 250 that we've already ordered that we're getting ready to roll out right now. And we've also budgeted over the next 10 years to, as we hire the additional complement of officers, to issue each one of them their own body cam. So we'll have a 1-to-1 ratio with all of our officers for the body cams. That'll all be tied into all of the Axon systems that we are trying to implement.
And I think the last time we had a discussion on the translation in the comm center, the OPP was doing a procurement for a new provider. They do have that new provider. I got a letter, I'll take it out later. I was trying to hear at the moment, but I did get a letter from Scott Halati, who's the superintendent in charge of the OPP communications, who said their new provider will be providing translation in the languages that we ask for. So good news. Like I say, I'll dig up that letter and I'll share it with you. But they had, problems with getting translations because of how they do their procurement and the languages that they get. Like even the French, I think I was mentioning the French they were getting. French people were calling in and couldn't understand what French they were speaking because it was Parisian French. It wasn't French Canadian kind of thing. So it was, but that's just how that, like I say, that government procurement system works sometimes. It's not the best, but I did get a letter very recently within the last couple of weeks that had indicated that that they do have a new provider and indicated what languages. And I'll dig that up.
Well, they started wearing body cams, right?
Yes, the sergeants started wearing body cams in the fall. The officers will all be getting body cams. It's in my report, but they'll all be getting body cams in block train. So as they come in, that's how we're going to cycle it in. And so we should be within the year, everybody will have body cams.
Body cams.
You probably work it if you really need one. Sure, a couple extra cameras wouldn't be that, but.
Any further?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I said, just some minor stuff down in the on the main floor related to security around the main entrance. That's all that needs to be done. And we have the quotes for that, so it should be done shortly.
Total cost of the building.
I don't have it right now. I can get it for you though. I'll get that.
So it's adequate.
Yeah.
We don't need an extension 10 years.
No. What we need is the other tenants in the building to move out so we can take over their space.
Okay.
We have some empty spots. We do have some empty spots right now for some of our civilian hires, but as the other leases for the other tenants expire, we're going to try to encourage that they move on.
Yeah, but we want the whole building.
We do want the whole building.
We got tenants.
Yeah.
We can give them notice and say, bye.
No, we don't own.
We don't own the building though.
We just don't.
We
own
rent
the
it.
rentals. We own the rentals.
Yeah, we're renting the building.
So how much
You
would
wouldn't
it be to
sell.
buy it?
Well, he wouldn't sell when we first broached the subject. It's a partnership. Two guys own it. One kind of wanted to, the other one doesn't want to, period. So, but we've had some discussions. We're looking at, I think, one of the numbers floated out there was like $30 million to buy it.
Well, bike, you got 60 million.
That surplus to do it.
Yeah, and you know, last when Minister Kirshner was last in Thunder Bay and touring the office here, he actually asked me specifically if there was any more discussion on buying the building. So he's all for it. We know he's for it.
What's the monthly rent?
Monthly, well, annual rent is just over $1 million.
Yeah. Originally, I was like,
Yes.
Yeah. Landed on the river.
Yeah. Floats.
What's in the back?
Golf course.
In this back on this other side of the wall, there's our training center and all that. So, yeah. This wall is bulletproof, by the way.
All right,
Put a special stuff on the walls.
Financial report.
so I need a motion to, set the finance. Moved by. Second, all in favor? Thank you. Thank you.
In my office.
Okay, so, next thing is, the, chief of police. On page. It's scrolled up, I guess.
Yeah, scroll all the way back up. Exactly.
Employee signature. That employee. you're not gonna do it.
Okay.
So we just switched it up.
Okay, so on we put right to page 3, I guess, because there's nothing really but a table of contents on the first 2 pages. Just in my preamble here, I just mentioned and I know we're limited for time, so I'm not going to rush through it, but I'm not going to read it verbatim either.
Yeah, we'll probably be able to go past lunch on this one.
Oh,
You know
okay.
what I mean? So we can adjourn and regain our.
So I just mentioned in like I say in my preamble, since the CSPA came into effect in December, you know, very historic time for us here at the Anishinaabe Police Service, and we're busy hiring. We've hired a lot more recruits, as you probably have seen. 15 in the last class. We got 17 down there now. We're continuing to hire. We're looking now at hiring some more special constables to the tune of a dozen. It's a dozen or 14? 14, sorry. 14. We had 122 applicants for 14 positions. So we're in the midst of vetting those right now. But that's really good news that we had that many, and obviously part of the vetting process is to look at NAN members and ensure that they get interviewed and everything screened through. But yeah, and we did have a number of members from our community apply. Not enough probably for the full 14, but we did have a number of people apply. We've had also a number of present special constables from other policing agencies apply to us, 6 or 7 from other that are already special constables. So it's interesting to see just how much interest there was in coming to Anishinaabe Police Service since we entered the act. Um, Historically, we could only send one special constable in with the OPP per year. And now we're under the act, we're able to train our own. We've been given the course training standards. We're running a special constable course right here in Thunder Bay. I don't think it was, what week are we running that again?
February 13th.
13th, yeah. So we'll be putting they'll all be vetted and screened by then, and we'll be putting that class through right here in our own training center. And instead of getting one, we're getting the whole amount that we want, 12 to 14 special constables. So that's really significant for us to be able to do that. We're also looking at hiring a number of support staff. We've hired finance people, additional finance people, digital evidence systems manager, DEMS as they call it. So that's your body worn cameras and a number of other things that now that you get that information, you have to be able to redact it and you have to be able to keep it and for courts and all that. So we hired a very skilled, trained person to do that. We actually were able to get somebody from another police service that was actually very well versed in that. We were very fortunate that they wanted to come over to NAPS and leave their police agency to work for us. We also hired a very skilled major case manager. They came from another police force, not the same police force as the other one, but came over to NAPS as well to run our major case management. So these are very, like I say, already trained people, already with years of experience. So it's going to help and enhance the growth in our front lines. We've been engaged with the various oversight bodies. Actually, even Fabian and I have been in contact with the Inspector General, their liaison is Jeff Cooper. He's coming up next week, and we've been in touch with LECA. Our PSB Sergeant Major is down with LECA this week, doing some conversation with them. So we've been engaged with those oversight bodies that we had to take on as a part of entering into the act. So it's like I say in my preamble, it's very exciting, very busy times for us here at NAPS. And the next part of the chief's report actually gets into the deputy chief's report on the operations. On page 4, you'll see where we talk about some of the milestones in respect to technical advancements within the CSPA. Axon Digital Evidence Management System, which I talked about, DEMS. That's your body worn cameras once again. And a number of Axon other programs that NAPS is looking at. If you flip to page 5, there's a breakdown, a little bit of a breakdown on the Axon body worn cameras and our requirements to under the Canadian Charter Rights of Freedoms and Interior Human Rights Code as far as the use. NAPS is committed to ensuring that the inherent dignity and worth of every individual encountered by police is respected in all interactions. The use of body worn cameras allows NAPS to, and it gives a number of things here on page 5, capture accurate record of officer interactions with the public, foster public trust and confidence in policing, enhance both public and officer safety, facilitate the fair and timely resolution of complaints, reducing unwanted allegations of misconduct. It's been proven that a number of interactions with the public sometimes have long, extensive reports and investigations that have to be done by the public standards or professional standards bureaus in different agencies. including ours, and they can be very time consuming and lengthy, to come to resolutions with interviews and making determinations and that. Whereas body worn cameras, basically just tell it how it is. This is, if the individual indicates that the officer said this, it'll be on camera. If it isn't, then, you know, it's, or vice versa. You know, if the officer is inappropriate, it'll catch that, it'll capture that. So we'll make our investigations streamlined, and sometimes not necessary. You know, it's happened on more than one occasions where a police service will play back the video and the person will withdraw their complaint immediately, because they know that the complaint has been recorded. It also keeps the integrity of the officer in check. In the event that the officer may have the tendency to, you know, be inappropriate, then it's all captured and makes them think about it, that they are being recorded. Everything's being recorded. So it offers obviously additional tools as far as training, supervision, leadership. And really reinforces a commitment to providing bias-free service to all the members of the public. So, as I mentioned, the finance report, when the question came up that the body worn cameras are out there right now, just on the supervisors, but we intend to roll them all out this year with their block training. So the officers come in to do their firearms and everything. We have a day designated to go over the body worn cameras again with them as they get issued. Sure that, but part of this whole process has been obviously to what I mentioned, hiring the DEMS people, the redaction people. We're going to have to hire a couple more people because everything that comes in is evidence. Is going to have to enter into the cloud, and a lot of that stuff has to be redacted as it goes, or it has to be prepared for court. If it's evidence, there will also be a proponent down the road where people can put their own videos into our system with anonymity. So if you want to remain anonymous and you have a video of something that happened, you'll be able to, the person will be able to download it to our systems, and obviously our redaction people plus our DEMS management will look at that information and provide it to us, whether it be evidence of a crime or whether it be a witness to something that's happened. So that's something we look forward to as we continue to increase our technology with the Axon and the body worn cameras. There's also components of that where there's note writing. Now that may be a little ways off for us, not, but it's all through the same systems where the officers could maybe no longer have to do notes, but the AI is good enough now. The artificial intelligence now is good enough that they might just have to go in and correct their notes. If there's, you know, if the AI didn't pick it up properly, but it's so accurate that in most cases there'll be nothing to redact or fix in most. So that's something we look forward to, because that puts your officers out in the field longer. Because if they don't just have to sit there for an hour writing notes, they can be doing police work.
Well, my question, so you don't have to do notes now?
Yeah, it'll be dictated, eh? Yeah. They won't have to sit and write them. They'll still have to input their what they're doing and their evidence and stuff, but it'll be dictated.
Another thing, how long body cam will be on, like 24 hours? Or,
But they'll only wear them on duty.
okay. So the cop that's wearing it is the one that's turns it on, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a process by which he turns it on when he goes to the call, and they will be obligated to turn it on. At which point, like I said, there's a process to do that, and then from there, depending if it goes to a charge or not a charge, but that's when the systems of the redaction.
they turn it off during all their duty, there is a process for to investigate that too.
Yeah, it's not in their best interest to turn the cameras off. Next part of the report, let's jump ahead to page 7. Like I say, I didn't go through that verbatim, but that's basically the substance of what was in that axon and that body-worn camera information. We just look at fleet services. We presently have 2 mechanics. Page 7. Yeah. They travel extensively. We do a Monday morning meeting, and this week they came in and told us about their journeys because they do travel to the communities and work on the vehicles. Their names are Carveth and Nolan, and they have a lot of work. And as our fleet grows, and it will have to with more officers, we're probably looking at probably an additional mechanic or 2 down the road. But so they've been they've moved vehicles on the winter roads, new vehicles. We bought 12 this year, I believe.
We're finishing up the 12 from 24, 25.
Yeah. And hopefully the winter roads will be good enough that we can start driving vehicles in soon to those areas that need them. So they do all the retrofitting with the lights and everything that goes on them. They also outfitted the ERT vehicles this year, especially vehicles with last report updated the lights, the decals on some quads, trucks, snowmobiles for the ERT team. It says here, as you see, 12 new F-150s. And we will be getting 4 new prisoner vans, state-of-the-art prisoner vans to move people around in more safety and comfort. And yeah, so they like I say, just the 2 mechanics for now, but they're very active, very busy. Page 8, we look at infrastructure and maintenance. Oh, sorry.
I have a question regarding the, it says frontline patrol on winter route.
Yeah.
I was always under the impression with the former NAPS operation that they were primarily for on-reserve policing. Is there jurisdiction mandate powers extended outside the reserve now?
No, we've always done a little bit of patrolling just outside the reserves, but it's not our jurisdiction. Anyway, our jurisdiction has not changed.
Yeah, I think that needs clarification.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of traffic in my territory there when the winter road opens. Just continues back and forth. And I think we need some clarification. Who has primary responsibility for security if policing is required along those winter road systems?
Yeah. The winter road systems are outside of your territories are still the responsibility of the OPP.
Yeah.
But they're so far away.
Yeah, just looking at this.
Which page are you talking about?
Just looking at page 7, fleet services, where it says fleet services has focused on preparing for the ice route. And it says working to get our new frontline patrol vehicles ready for.
Well, that's them taking them in on the winter roads to get them there. They're taking them in, these new vehicles in on the winter roads. That's what he's referring to, the fleet services.
Last year we were, it was a short season. The winter road season was extremely short. So we weren't able to get a lot of the vehicles that Carveth and Nolan had built up there. So as soon as that winter road opens, then that's the primary focus, is to get them up on that road.
Yeah. So that's what he's referring to there, not patrolling the winter roads, but driving.
I was just looking at the word.
Yeah. I didn't, Carveth prepared that and,
What it means is that they'll be patrolling the winter road.
No, I think like our guys, as you know, will take a run down the winter road once in a while, just if things are quiet, but yeah, it's not, and we didn't, the Solicitor General's office did ask us if you were called to expand our jurisdiction, but the main focus of the leadership was just get us in the act, we can maybe talk about some of those things down the road as far as expansion of jurisdiction.
So if there's an accident on the winter road outside the reserve boundary.
Yeah.
NAPS still has that, they can still go there, take a police report for insurance purposes.
Yeah, yeah. It's not our jurisdiction, but we do it because we care about our communities and we care that you get an accident report and you don't have to wait for the OPP to do it. And like I say, but it's still a OPP jurisdiction, but, and if we're the closest ones, we still want to go to make sure that for safety, and we don't care about jurisdiction when it comes about like people being hurt on the road or whatever. If we're the closest ones, we're going. And we can worry about all that jurisdictional stuff later. We want to help people, right?
The officer on the ground would know that.
Yeah. Okay, the next page you're looking at is 8 is the infrastructure and maintenance.
I just mentioned to the chair, it's 12 o'clock, we have the reservation.
Okay,
Should we just halt there and?
sure.
Peter?
Are you guys anywhere? Can we,
Well, how much, well, yeah. You want to change, reservation? So.
If you want, we can call the restaurant and ask them to postpone it for a while.
Or a half hour at least.
Half hour?
More like 45 minutes, but it
Oh.
takes 10 minutes to get organized.
but we need to get there and back. I mean,
A half hour will suffice for your report, Terry?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll ask if we
We can
can
run through half an hour.
postpone.
Save all the questions for after lunch.
Sure. Okay, so the next page you look at is infrastructure and maintenance. And it says here that NAPS contracted the macro to conduct inspections and condition assessments over 12 detachment buildings. This was over the past year. The goal of these evaluations was to identify necessary repairs on the replacements. Then it goes into, if you see the line items here where it talks about some of the buildings that weren't ready to be switched out, but needed repairs right away, and some of the costs associated to that. Attawapascat, Constance Lake, Deer Lake, Port Albany, Kasashwan, Keewaydin, Kingfisher, Muskrat Dam. So these are some of the costs that were to be put into those buildings. And that's for the 24-25 fiscal season. So most of these are either done or well underway. And capital projects, there were the detachments at Fort Severn, Wenham, Washigig, and Winusk and Maryland.
you might, Chief, sorry, Wagashig is Apatipi, and if they see that, they're gonna get upset.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think so.
For your reference. Good point, yeah, trying to change it.
June Black.
And then,
For now.
if you look on
The
the,
elections are coming.
Just a quick question in terms of capital, okay. Those huge numbers you identified, a lot of those remote little communities, like Deer, the drive-in communities, are they talking about stick and lumber materials or are they talking about trailers?
these are repairs to the buildings that are there.
Sorry?
These are repairs to the buildings that are
Yeah,
already
but
existing.
sometimes when they talk about repairs, they're bringing the whole trailer, they must like that, you're talking about repairs here, they talk about bringing a trailer.
I think these are to the existing buildings, not adding anything in addition.
Yeah, well, the reason I'm asking is that, we're struggling with trying to build a winter road up there. And if you're talking about bringing in trailers as capital, repair, it may not be possible to haul trailers in there, if that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, no. This is, this would be the materials to do these repairs. Yeah. We do have trailers that we're hoping to get on some winter roads this year. We have 5 of them. Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
yeah.
But that's what.
And then we're building 9 new, potentially building nine new this year as well to move in on winter roads. So, yeah. I don't know if Muscat Dam was one of the ones. Did they get me a second residence this year?
Well, they were looking at the attachment, I think that's what you're kind of referring to, yeah. I'm not sure if they're supposed to get a trailer in there or the stick built ones. One of the 9 were supposed to be, for stick builds, not trailers, like you mentioned.
The 9s are stick builds.
Yeah.
So if you go to page 9, it talks about end of life for properties and buildings, and it talks about this is an assessment that was done last year for projected lifespan of 5 to 9 years, and it mentions what condition that they found the vehicles were, or the properties were in. So, for example, Amatang, it says it's in the detachment's in good condition, the residence is in good condition. Casabonica, the detachment's in poor condition, the residence is in poor condition. Martin Falls, now they were getting a new spot, so that would no longer be fair once that opens up, right? And same with Muscanaga, that one says poor right now, but because that's a last year assessment, but obviously they're getting a new detachment, so that'll change as those new buildings are built.
And these are based on, like, the assessment is based on the standards.
Yeah.
under
It says the most significant challenge lies within that detachments that include a separate residential component. Most of these buildings are in very poor condition and have surpassed their structural life expectancies. The cost to repair these buildings exceeds constructing new ones. So it's highly recommended that they be replaced. While Wanama Lake received a new residential trailer this fiscal year, we were unable to deliver the additional trailers last winter. I guess that's what Stan's talking about. That difficulty getting those trailers in over the roads due to premature collapse of the winter road season. As a result, we have rescheduled deliveries to Fort Severn, Muskrat Dam, so you are on that list, Nimibic and Webuquay for this year's winter road season. So those are trailers. But those are not detachments, those are extra residences. Correct. Those are places for the officers to stay. The other capital thing was repairing the detachment. So this is separate from that. To address growing residential needs, we have initiated the construction of 9 additional prefab units, as I mentioned, which will be completed during the 24-25 fiscal year and delivered to communities during the 25-26 winter road season. Additional billing assessments for 25-26. And it just mentions business, some building assessment repairs for Fort Hope, Poplar Hill. The Fort Hope detachment is fairly new in the last 10 years, so but they all still require maintenance and upkeep at times. So. Over to page 10, new detachments. We were able to occupy the new detachment at Martin Falls in early spring of 2024, but are still waiting for the contractors to finish with the deficiency repairs. Timeline for NAPS to move into the detachment in Muscanaga remains unclear, as the project manager has been, we haven't got a response. NAPS remains engaged in that communication. The following new detachment buildings are in various stages, but moving forward. Mishkagogoming, due to only one submitted bid, the project is required by the funders to re-tender, which will delay the process by approximately 4 to 6 months. Mishkagogoming is a big priority. That detachment is way too small. and way too out of date for leasing in that community. Muskrat Dam, they have received 99% of the drawings and are waiting for the funding adjustment to proceed. Brunswick House, Class A estimates have been submitted and waiting for a funding adjustment to proceed. Back with Dagamau, they have received 99% of the drawings. Out of Wapiskat, they've received 99% of the drawings and waiting for funding adjustment to proceed. Sioux Lookout Regional Office, as Jason mentioned in his report, we were purchasing the existing hangar and that should start this spring. Cochrane, new regional office structure along with operational hangar and warehouse is required in order to meet our current growth demands. Existing facilities are well past their life expectancy. I don't see us staying in that building one way or another, whether we decide to move from Cochrane to Timmins or whether we decide to stay in Cochrane. That building is just, it floods every spring extensively. It's really past its life expenses. Yeah, I'd be surprised if it passes a lot of codes and stuff. It's well past its life. NIPF would like to prioritize the following communities for potential new detachments in order to begin the funding process. Poplar Hill, Constance Lake, Deer Lake, Slate Falls, Kingfisher Lake, Nimibic, North Spirit Lake, and Keewaywin. The transitioning away from using NRV, grandeur, and renovated housing for our detachments is critical to meet the growing demands of our service, reduce potential health and safety risks to both the community members and the officers, and support our broader mission and vision goals. Sure, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, just on the list of priorities with respect to new detachments and, going forward with requests to government. I note that in your report on overall assessments that there are communities that have been flagged with sort of poor EOL, end of life, that haven't been flagged on that list. So I'm assuming that we're using these inspection reports then to springboard into some action and priority list for either new builds or renovations. And just noting that Matachewan, for example, is not on the list, even though its EOL is poor.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to correlate, sort of the inspection report to the activity that's being represented or proposed. And if somebody can explain to me why Matachewan wouldn't be on that list of prioritized detachments for new builds, because it appears that the others are, and I'm assuming that came from that report that we did.
Yes.
So maybe something from the capital department that can explain that.
Yeah, I can certainly, we can look into that as to why that, whether it's the coming years prioritized in. Fortunately, Ralph, our business guy, our sort of buildings guy, is on vacation till Monday. So Ralph Miller, he's the one that does all our building stuff. He's on vacation until Monday, but we'll get you an answer. Just when that feels.
I'm pretty surprised that San Luis is poor. That's pretty,
Yeah, it's a fairly new building.
yeah.
And same with Webic Way, right? Isn't that only like 7 years old or something?
Okay.
Yeah.
It was one of those old builds only. It was
The flat roof build there.
flat roof builds. Those were not good buildings. Their life expectancy was shorter than.
Yeah.
So what they're talking about, the main airport projected lifespan of 5 to 9 years. So they might, some of the ones that are poor may be at that outside 9 years, and some might be at the 5 years. All estimates have, all the others have an estimated 20-year. So basically, what we're talking about is replacement within the next 5 to 9 years. And I would think, even though that Webicoy building isn't really as old as some of the buildings, those were not adequate buildings to begin with. They're not standard, they don't meet standard.
So I have a question in terms of right now, when the community is scheduled to submit a proposal for a new detachment. So that process is administered through the First Nation, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, so for example, Mushkegoo, they're having difficulty in getting a contractor, like shouldn't, because it's a good contract.
Yeah.
Like, why are we having problems getting, someone to are we having a problem getting tenders, like people applying for these things? And are all the First Nations that are negotiating, I imagine Ralph is there too, in these
Yeah.
meetings,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
So he's
yeah.
able to ensure that certain standards and everything are, part of the negotiations.
Yeah.
Like, I know that in some other areas, I think that people jump to the opportunity to make an application. And
Yeah, there's been some real difficulties, like Mr. Bowman was a good example. There was a couple that wanted to tender that they did not want. They did not want. So outside of that, they got one. And the person the company that they did get a tender from was like 7 million over what the projected budget should have. So it was like a question, do they re-tender, or do they just, but I say there's not a lot of companies that are going north.
Supposed to be applied.
The other thing I just wanted to take note of is that, like, when I mentioned on page 10 about the transition away from the NRV grandeur renovated housing. So the NRV buildings were some of those flat top. And the granular buildings were actually prefabs that they took up there. And those things are falling apart, like they're cracking under the frost, they're doing all that. The granular, the NRV buildings weren't as bad, but they still are not good buildings. And we actually speak to NRV as real buildings, because the buildings were not good. Yes.
One further, we talked about this before in the sense from the Waban community's perspective, and I see, and maybe this is just on the resident side of things where we're listed as NA. And I don't know what that means. Not applicable, and I'm not understanding that. And so when you look for detachment, and I don't know whether that means that there isn't a residence or that's a matter of policy decision that there's not a residence required. And I want to reiterate, we don't have housing for police officers either. And yes, we are semi-remote, but you'll look at some of the other semi-remote highway accessible communities. They also have residences, but for some reason we're listed as NA. Yes, we would like to have our resident officers live within and provide community policing in a way that they're integrated into the nation. So it just maybe a better description of NA. It is applicable. We do want a residence. The detachment, and maybe that's a part of the assessment where the detachment for us is falling down a bit at Batachuan, for example, where there isn't a residence for the officer. And one of the complaints the community has is that they're simply not present. You can't find the officer on the reserve to save your life because they don't live there. There's nobody parked in the driveway, for example, as it might be in other places. And I don't mean to criticize, but it's things like when you see this NA business, where there's perhaps an assumption that it's because we are where we are and we're road accessible, highway accessible, that it's not a priority. It is. So just some thought about how and why that that is, because it's also not the same for, it's just in in Brunswick House, it's not applicable. In Matachewan, it's not applicable. Whereas in some of the other First Nations that are also highway accessible, they seem to have residents. So just trying to,
They
balance
probably
that
could have put
distinction.
that in as a different, something other than NA.
well, they don't have one. That's
Yeah, exactly. They
that's
don't
what it
have
was.
one.
That's the
That's
reference.
perhaps what
Yeah.
the,
But the intent is to have all new buildings have residences.
Yeah, this was just not applicable to
The
look
study.
at,
Current
look at the study
situation,
for,
yeah.
on the residents, so
Yeah.
not applicable, because it's not a residence, right?
But the intent is going forward, even the road access, all of them have, because, and it's not just for the officers that work there, but also like when crime has to come in and stay, or especially units have to come in and do warrants and all that. We need places for officers to stay, so there'll be officers, the residents for the officers that work there, but also big enough to accommodate overnight people. So,
Where the officers of the.
in towns and cities, municipalities.
The travel.
How long is the travel?
It depends. I think from Matachewan, the officers likely residing in Kirkland Lake, I would imagine, or somewhere. So that's 2 hours to the res.
Mhm.
And it's, it's not much wonder that the community's complaining about the non-presence or limited presence of the officer. And I know they're busy doing it. I don't know, Matachewan's just a quiet little hamlet there. We're all pretty peaceful folks, but the community is growing and there's an expectation.
Yeah, when Jason and Sean aren't there, and when we're not around there, it's all quiet.
yeah.
The trouble.
The call volume goes way down, eh?
Yeah, so like, for example, Constance Lake and, I would. Like, they have a residence and, you know, and Hearst is what, like 30 minutes away, but. So that's good that they're able to stay there. I mean, have a residence, but I think all our communities should have that option. And I'm glad that you're moving towards that where there is a residence, and made available.
Yeah, the latest ones, what we're doing now is, which was advised, was to have small, medium and large attachments. Whereas with the increase with our growth, for our service, we need to ensure that we have adequate, bedrooms, you know, on the resident side, right? So, just so that the officers are in the communities.
So we went and got designs for small, medium, large attachments. And all of them have residences.
Yeah, like Kiwillan, for example, that residence is pretty small.
Yeah, extremely small. And the newer ones, the latest one I was just in was, Bearskin. Bearskin, and even that one could be, we're looking at, adding on to Bearskin as well, because it has.
It's brand new.
Brand new, and it was 4 bedrooms, so it's like when everyone builds something, they're like, oh, we need to plan for expansion, so.
Yeah, the foresight wasn't there on that building because it already needs.
They have a
to be-
sauna.
Yes.
Yeah, one of the officers built him a sauna.
How many people?
At Brunswick House? 50-ish now. Somewhere in that, they're growing. But they've also taken on the responsibility to act as a bit of a hub for 2 other nations nearby. Not big communities either, but there's some economy of scale that we're achieving there, I think.
Yeah, for the other 2 communities that have the one centralized hub, yeah, that was the intent. They're all pretty close.
Oh, half an hour at least, yeah.
So this, on page 11, it just goes on to talk about design and construction flaws in these buildings that, ongoing issues. So I think we've kind of covered a lot of that just to know how bad some of the buildings have been over the years. This is the other thing with the CSPA is now they have to give us buildings. Are they all there yet? No, but this is the plan going forward is to build buildings every year. And those big, that big $1.6 billion, that's projected for 10 years. A lot of that is infrastructure. A lot of that's buildings.
Sorry, I was gonna ask, if we're measuring now against the new police act, like the old report, the one that is contained with here is
Yeah.
post or prior to our new situation
Yeah.
of the act. Is a further assessment, or is that assessment going to be adequate to take that capital request forward as we apply new standards under the.
No, that's a good question. I think you're right. We
Like,
need to
will it fit?
continue. Yeah. We need to
Yeah,
continue.
all our standards are with the provincial standard, because that came the question when we're doing the small, medium and the
Yeah.
attachment bills, which grounds are we gonna go by, right, which, you know.
So should we just simply take that entire report rather than saying these are the, priorities? We can, in the sense that we've done the assessments, we've created a list. Why not just throw them all into the basket now? Underneath the new police act and say, look, this is where we are. Ontario, you have to, we're committed to the standard. So just do them all. Right, do them all and bring them up, because that's the expectation. Not that we,
Yeah.
not that we're not gonna have to probably do shifts and do prioritization, but starting from, we've done the assessments, here are the ones that are end of life.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be doing them all under the legislation.
And I think, like I say, the plan is to do so many per year. To get to that, well, it is the plan, you could do so many per year, and that's why they're renovating some of them and doing those other projects, get them,
But
till they fold them in.
Gotcha, Terry, but does the act now demand that because they're substandard, that there's, Ontario just can't come back and say, well, we're only gonna do 2 a year, 3 a year? Well, it's not good enough anymore, because the act demands an acceleration of that timeline, or an acceleration of investment, because it's not allowed under the rules, right? Under the Police Services Act. Just a question,
Yeah.
is it a leverage tool for us to accelerate the capital plan that we've put forward?
Certainly something to look at.
No, I get. So,
Something to
We've
ask
already done the assessment.
Ralph, maybe.
Yeah,
Is this something we can use to
Leverage it to get it done quicker.
more, right?
Yeah, well, that's a good point. Recruitment and retention. We're looking at page 11 again. NAPS Recruitment has initiated a comprehensive set of strategies designed to recruit more Indigenous applicants into law enforcement, with particular focus on empowering remote community leadership to recruit their own people into policing. By integrating these approaches, we aim to build a more diverse and representative police force that reflects the communities it serves at NAPS. So we've got community meetings and workshops, organized virtual or in-person sessions with Indigenous community leaders and local officers. We basically told the recruitment people to get out to the communities, sit down with leadership, and give them some warning that this is what you want to do, but get them to help us to recruit in respect to, they know the people in their communities that would make good officers. I know every one of our officers probably knows a good person in a community, or 2 or 3 to recruit. So we're looking at that kind of more of a collaborative approach on that, to ensure that we have community involvement. We really need to look at getting back higher percentages in respect to First Nations officers from the communities. So there's a number of key recruitment strategies mentioned here: community meetings and workshops, collaborative recruitment campaigns, highlighting role models, youth engagement programs, community advisory boards, leveraging social media and online platforms. We're doing a lot more with that. Cultural competency training for recruiters, incentives and support programs. As of today, we have 3 recruiters. We upped our recruiters. We have 2 First Nations recruiters, and Miles, I remember his last name. I can't pronounce it. Uchenna, who's our senior recruiter there. But we've, like I say, we expanded the recruiters, and we ensured that, based on the board mentioning the fact that we needed more First Nations people in the recruitment community. So we've done that. We have Jaylene Beardy and Mason Morriso in there right now as our First Nations recruiters. More on the Axon video interview systems. This is all part and parcel with the technology. We've talked about technology with the cameras. We're also updating the video systems and the detachments. We're also upgrading to Microsoft 365, and it explains the benefits of having that system as far as scalability, security, and enhanced collaboration. It's just a number of programs in there that make it much more user friendly for our service. The implementation of some of that technology, planning assessment, and we conduct a thorough assessment of current systems and requires to develop a detailed migration plan, including timelines and resource allocation, and providing training for the employees. On 14, I had a 10-minute warning here, so I'm trying to get some of this done here. Body worn cameras, we're back to that. I'm not sure why we have it here again, but it's very similar. Oh yeah, IT put in their own bit on it, on body worn cameras. Basically talked about what we talked about earlier. Media Relations Department, the Media Relations Unit was formally introduced from NAPS in 2023. And Scott Paris was hired as a NAPS Media Relations Coordinator. Scott brings a wealth of knowledge and experience from previous employment. He was in charge of corporate communications in his last job. We've got our own media room, which you'll see downstairs later. We're trying to get it out to into the media with a lot more press releases, a lot more recruitment, a lot more showing the day-to-day successes of NAPS, and just entering the media to get to a point to recruit as well through media relations, because a lot of people, that's where they learn about us. Googling us, searching us. Northern Exposure Media launch. So we're doing the Northern Exposure on the east side again with Peel Halt and York region. That'll be starting in about a month. There was videos that highlighted the experiences of those officers when they come up and worked in the communities, the northern communities last year. So that launch should be coming very shortly. We got a TikTok account established on unpromoted for now, but it will become a home for short clips and for other major projects to attempt to reach the Gen Z more consistently, because Gen Z is now where we need to recruit from. We have to look at the platforms that they look at. They're not on Facebook, so it's they're on TikTok and different ones like that. So we have to be cognizant of that. If we're going to recruit, we have to know what the young people are looking at.
Yeah. I just have a comment in terms of usage of the media room. Will you be, I don't know if you're doing this already, but I haven't seen any, where you're doing those media releases, say if there's a big drug bust or something, where we need to promote that this is happening in our communities. A lot of people are on social media.
Yeah.
So it could be shared that way.
No, and absolutely, we want to do that. We want to do podcasts, out of there as well. Just sit down and talk about policing with officers and their experiences and stuff like that too, and question those experience and in a good positive way as well. So yeah, we're looking at a lot of that moving forward, and our media room, as you'll see when we go down, the media room is part of it. And in the back, there's a room where we actually put additional fans in there and that, so they can smudge. So if families are going to come in and if they're going to talk to the press about
or something.
Yeah, then they can go back in that room, sit down, be comfortable. They can use their traditional medicines if they want to before that. So that's you'll see that though later if you haven't seen it already, when we do our walkthrough. So we've updated our website, and I'm over again.
Rush there.
Yeah.
This is a lot of good.
Oh, we're doing a lot of stuff, and it's but I mean, there's paper copies. If you want to take one and read some after too, because so the Victim and the Survivor Week social media blitz, and we'll move towards SAS promotional video and a social media campaign. We have NAPS recruitment video project. This project remains in pre-production, but 10 volunteer members have stepped forward to be featured in documentary style videos. So we're just trying to, you know, present that image and move forward with that, because, you know, for years we had to, you know, say how bad things were. Now, as things get better, we want to say how good things are and how many good people are working for us and how great our communities are in respect to that. So then there's the NAPS 10-10 podcast, which I mentioned. It's in pre-production. The host and co-host have been confirmed. Graphics, motion graphics, and opening themes all complete or near complete. Shooting schedule remains unknown, but that should be starting soon, I would think.
So would you be able to pause and then we'll
Yeah.
go for lunch, and then you can complete it after without having to rush too much?
Yes. Okay. So 8:16 shows you the meeting room, and we're off to lunch. Somebody's off to lunch. I probably gotta stay and work. I got some stuff I gotta catch up on. So
We can bring you something.
that's
Stick.
Yeah, our leftover.
I can probably live on my storage system here.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll go for lunch for an hour?
Yeah.
Or whatever time it takes to get us a serve at the Montanas.
Okay.
That's where it's at, let's just.
Very cool. Well, we should just bring lunch in.
Yeah.
Salt and pepper always has a good lunch.
Really good.
We should do another piece at the shelter house. Something, yeah. Something. I'm going there Friday. And serving somebody else. Maybe in the next board meeting, if it's here in Thunder Bay. I guess we have to start having our board meetings. Where we can always access the virtual. Limit our,
So it's still on.
if we could even have it.
You want him to come in and shut it off? Probably.
Have to put it. Virtual pause sign saying lunch, we'll be back. At 1:30.
Listen.
Yeah.
This.
Yeah, it's not. Okay.
Bobby, can I get it right with you?
Where are we board? Lunch?
Montana.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Montana.
Montanas, over here. Oh.
So just hit the mute and
Yeah,
camera off.
We'll get you back in there.
I don't know if we can reconnect because.
Oh, I'll get them.
We've got 6 minutes to get over there.
There's not.
All right, okay. Well.
There you go.
I gotta.
What do you eat at Montana? What do you eat at Montana?
Chicken.
Does it log on one day? And we'll do more discussion.
They never. And they did. That one maybe.
Life's good.
Yeah, I'm not trying to jam anybody up, but it was like their They can ask.
Yeah, let's go with that.
That'll be. I'll work with Megan.
Just gonna let Martha know. She probably does.
Yeah.
I know it's all. I like these cases, I wanna get these cases,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Still, it's like it's still on there.
Oh, it is?
Where's the actual controller for? There's 17 modes.
Yeah, I know, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it looks like it's still on. Zoom, yeah. Just
You said it's still on there, Brad? What did you touch?
Camera off.
Oh, just the camera.
Press the button, the power button.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like I held it down and it turned.
Oh, so it's that camera up there, I thought we were using L, well, that was just.
Oh. Yeah, like I just held this down and then it spun around like I would do and then.
Isn't that cool, eh?
Yeah.
You just had it leaning up against the wall.
Yeah, no, I didn't hit it, exit or end meeting. I just kind of turned the camera.
Okay.
Yeah.
It looks like, you're all set to go. Just turn it on. Just need to, when you guys come back in, Brad,
Yeah.
just
Oh, okay.
activate the video again.
And can you turn the audio to mute too, I guess?
We're on page 17 of the report. Criminal investigations, intelligence unit, specialized services, court services. So all crime units are responsible for oversight of benchmark occurrences. And so what we see here is some of the Northwest Region crime units stats, and actually where we are as far as complement. There's if you see the Northwest Region crime unit is has one detective sergeant, the short one detective, and short second detective on a temporary role as detective sergeant. So they didn't lose them; they're acting. Northeast Region crime unit consists of 5 members, 1 detective staff, or sorry, sergeant, and 3 detective constables and 1 additional detective constable. They're down by 1 detective sergeant and 1 detective constable. SIB, Central Crime Unit, consists of 3 members, and they're out of the NAPS General Headquarters in Thunder Bay, and they're down by detective sergeant and 1 constable. Major case management unit consists of 1 member based at NAPS General Headquarters. We mentioned that earlier. Wendy Goodwin joined NAPS for major case management. And I mentioned that earlier. Training initiatives, all crime units are extremely busy with an influx of ongoing major incidents. With the current staffing shortages is a concern for officer well-being. NAPS Command has developed a 5-year staffing plan to address this increase in number of members in the crime units, which will begin this year. We have to cover off on some of these shortages. The difficulty is with covering off in your crime units is you have to take people from the front line. The front line is still not up to the numbers that we need. So it's a bit of a waiting game to ensure that we get our front line where it needs to be before we can move more people off the front line into the specialties such as the crime unit. So in the interim, the crime unit introduced CUSP program, which is the crime unit support program, which are uniformed members interested in criminal investigations volunteer their skills to assist crime unit members. At present, there are 13 members. You got 15 members associated to the program. However, they're only available to assist in a limited capacity based largely on availability. So these members are helping out and they're developing their skills along the way. Training members are fully supported in their bid to enhance their investigative training skill set. During the 2024 reporting period, members have received enhanced training related to advanced interviewing, child interviewing, sexual assault, fire, arson, digital evidence management, and sudden death investigation. Crime unit members continue to work in partnership with the OPP for major cases. Missing person investigations have been at the forefront of discussions. As such, NAPS Crime have identified 1 member per region to further develop their skill set in these types of investigations by completing and service training modules. Furthermore, NAPS Crime as a whole has participated in the missing persons webinar presented by the OPP. Working hand in hand with the chief coroner in Ontario, NAPS Crime Unit has developed a sudden death protocol whereby 15 new coroners will physically attend NAPS communities to work hand in hand with crime unit and community leaders. The feedback on this new initiative has been positive as it provides better opportunities for families to engage directly with the coroner. So the coroners have been going into the communities. There are regular crime unit consultations with local and regional assistant crown attorneys to identify trends, discuss, receive opinions, and develop new initiatives involving complex criminal investigations. Both the regular crime unit schedule and the on-call crime unit schedule have been adjusted to maximize coverage while recognizing health and wellness of the officers. However, adequate staffing remains the biggest challenge for the crime unit, given the current caseload of each crime member. So until we can get this upward momentum to build on the front line, we're short in the crime unit, but we're working hard to get that up to where it needs to be. We had just on a side note, we had two members resign this week, two senior members, to go to other police forces. So that's one of those things that, they're two very talented officers, but they've decided to go elsewhere. And that's something that we constantly, actually, we had them slated to be coach officers, with all these new people coming on. So now we have to look at other people to do that coaching. So we're still in a position where we're losing some people. We're not losing as many, but we'll still see some leave in respect to their own personal lives and family situations. And that creates some problems along the trail. Survivor Assistance Support Program, or we call it SAS. The crime unit oversees the NAPS Survivor Assistance Program. SAS was mandated to make immediate contact with victim or survivor of sexual, domestic, and assault, child abuse, and human trafficking to provide information to the victim about their case, provide referrals as needed. So our SAS unit, we currently just put somebody, a new person in there, a very long-standing member of NAPS in dealing with crime. She actually went in from the crime unit to deal with partner violence, intimate partner violence, which is really grown in the last number of years. It's very, very serious, almost like a pandemic, how bad that's becoming. So we put in a person special in that position, intimate partner violence. And just recently, within the last couple of weeks, and we're going to put about 2 to 3 more people in the SAS unit as soon as we can get get our numbers up in the field on the front line again. But like I say, the SAS unit is very important in what they do, and so we're continuing that program, and we're continuing to grow that. The Survivor Assistance Support Program. We also started a missing person unit where we have, because what we're seeing is, although people aren't going missing from our communities per se, they're going missing in cities and outside of our communities, and we still have to, we feel, do something to play a role in assisting people from our communities to contact police agencies outside of ours, and provide information and get feedback and help in any way we can, even though it's, like I say, we're not obviously jurisdictionally going to Toronto to do their investigation for them. There's a lot that we can do to assist with providing them information, providing, a liaison between our leadership, family members, and these other agencies, and make sure that they're actually doing something and kind of motivating that. So we started our own unit in the last month, missing persons.
One question.
Yeah.
Did you play a role, missing person?
No, because we started after that. Like, we just started around that time, that last month, and that was basically early December. That I shouldn't say we didn't play any role, but we didn't play a role as first this unit. I don't know what interactions we had.
But just to share with the board here, Brad and other officers have played a significant role in terms of missing persons being madness. That was, and we really appreciate that. And it's very important that we support, the development and implementation of a missing persons unit. It has proven to be very, I would say, productive, and the community members at the community level really appreciate when the NAPS officers are involved.
Thank you, Deputy Ganchu. Just to add to that, so So part of that was, it's not like any other service, missing persons unit. So with our service, because we are so unique, can't get it out there. We also want to establish liaison individuals, meaning that we'll have a community liaison, and to refer to the Deputy Grand Chief saying, a community liaison person, a community liaison officer, someone from the family as well. And typically what happens is if they're missing, they're not in our community, so they're in another jurisdiction. So we'll also have a police liaison where that'll take away from the Deputy Grand Chief's office or from the board, or where we will have the ability to coordinate with an external police service and then liaise with them with respects to any information that comes in, because there's quite a bit of tips. I know we have searchers that we have to deal with as well. So there's a lot of moving parts that go along with this. We just need to make sure that everyone is on track and it's organized, because we don't want to have repeating the work that everyone's been doing, right, to come to a positive result. So that was one of the main key areas that specifically around the Dean file, that we kind of thought about to put the unit together, just to assist all those areas, right? So appreciate that.
Cool.
Can I just make a comment? in terms
Absolutely,
of the
absolutely.
coroner, like, as many of you know, our relationship with the coroner's office has, there's been lots of gaps there, some weaknesses. So the work that we started with NAPS and the coroner probably was like from 3 years ago. And it was really, it was very important to ensure that our people, our non-citizens receive, that, like adequate, and proper service from the coroner's office. Because I think many of you remember in the past where it would be our officers that would almost be like taking on the coroner role. And we've said that that's not acceptable. So we've done a lot of work there. And NAPS came to participate in a training session that we held with these 15 coroners. They come from all across different parts of Ontario. And so what happens is when there's a sudden death that requires a coroner's assistance, and which is pretty well most deaths, then they will call from that list to ensure that someone is there within 24 hours. And they travel up with the police officers. And so far it's been working really well. NAPS came to participate in the training session that we had in, I can't remember where it was. I think it was in early, in the springtime. And so that relationship will continue. And then we'll continue to ensure that it does happen and that it continues in a good way.
10 years ago, you'd never seen a coroner go to any of our deaths. It just didn't happen. Intelligence unit, page 20. The intelligence unit has seen a steady increase in drug activity across all 3 units. Our units are fixed and evolving and adapting to changing methods of traffickers by employing advanced investigative means to specifically target distribution of drugs within our vulnerable communities. The continued mandate of these officers to focus on regional drugs, guns, and gang activity. This is the intelligence unit themselves. We also have the drug unit, as you know, but they're gathering intel constantly and working with the drug units in unison to help thwart the drugs out there in the communities. So you've got some on page 20. You do have some intel drug seizures diagrams. Shows what drugs are being seized. So September through November 24, there was quite a bit of cocaine, crystal meth, and then there was still some fentanyl and into the pills, hydromorphine, oxycodone, other drugs, and a lot of methamphetamine. Higher numbers of methamphetamine than some of the others.
Making progress in relation to the arrests.
Yes,
And charges we've laid, eh?
yes, we just did another bust on the weekend, or last week, and what did we get on that one? That was significant, $35,000 worth of drugs.
Yeah, almost $1,000.
Yeah. We've done, last we were told, we've done more drug busts at NAPS and the rest of OSEP in the Northwest. So OSEP includes everybody that's, all the different services up in this area, and we've done more drug busts alone than any of those other agencies. So we're hitting it hard, and we're going to continue to. We've got another drug officer starting next week that is a former NAPS officer that went to another service and was working drugs this whole time they were there. And they want to come back, so we're hiring them back next week. Go back into drugs, so that'll increase our drug unit once again by another one. We still have open positions there. Once again, it's that we got to continue to fill the front line first, and then. But it's interesting. In the last while, we've had a number of officers from other agencies wanting to come to NAPS. 3 last week, actually. So some of them we'll probably take, others we won't. But we only want to get the best, and we have to be careful too. Like some of these officers want to come over as a sergeant, but they're not a sergeant, so we can't do that to our present employees, bring people in and then promoted, it's the kind of thing. So when we have people here that are promotable, so those are the kind of things we got to watch too. So but there's a real change, a real paradigm shift in the respect that we're getting as a result of entering the act, even. That I think we're going to see, I was mentioning earlier, even with the special constables, we had, was it 5 or 6 already trained from the OPP, from Timmins, from
I think there's
the city police, special constables that want to come over to NAPS from those policing agencies. So it speaks to, they know we're a good organization.
So in relation to the drug bust, so that's still the number one problem that we have in the NAPS area, First Nations. That's I guess we're using the warrant, search warrants more effectively, or are you involving more security?
Well, actually, it's everything is getting better. It's funny. We were at lunchtime. We got a call about some community searchers wanting to search the NAPS officers coming in. We said, go ahead. They're not immune to searches. Go ahead and search them. So, but so like I say, the communities are searching, and we're getting more that way. So a lot of our officers are stepping up to the plate and going to the airports and doing the searches and being very successful at it. They're reaching out to our drug units to get proper information on how to do processes and make sure it's done right. And we're doing a lot more warrants, but we want to continue. We can do more because there's so much out there that you can continually do it. It's very, yeah.
Thinking that we start continuing to do that. Negative reaction from our leadership because they say NAPS officers are refusing to go search. So we respond to a suspect drug activity in a certain place.
Yeah.
With those things.
Well, we have to continue to educate our officers too, because some of them don't understand their powers, but also sometimes there's it requires a warrant and they can't go in. So we have to continue to work those things until we can, at some time we can either the laws can change, and I know there's a lot of big work being done on bylaws and stuff like that, or we have those powers, say in a bylaw would be perfect for us. So we're still waiting on some of that stuff to see where it goes. Standing by for searches. Well, the community's got more power to search in some aspects of like when it comes to our Regina versus Winter, searching at, at airports and points of entry and stuff like that. We stand by for those, and we'll continue to do that. If we get more information on a house or whatever, because the band has done their search, then we can act on that information at times. So yeah, there's a lot of work to be done there, and but our best partner in this is the communities, because they're the ones that knows who's got it and where it's going. So we just got to keep those open lines of communications, and we got to work within the laws. But like I say, the searches at the airport and all that, there's already case law that says that can be done by communities.
So in terms of these stats here, like in terms of the seizure, I always have a hard time saying that word.
Yeah.
Like, how are these, is this where the officers are confiscating at the airport, or when there's, an incident that requires them to, do you have that information? Like,
Broken down
I just wanna
separately?
know if they're searching at the airport and that's where they seize these, like, then we know it's effective and that it will, evidence that if we have more programs to support that, then.
Yeah, we could break that down. It's not broken down in the intelligent unit graphs here, but it certainly can be broken down to where the seizures are taking place and stuff. Absolutely. Those searches are effective. I can tell you without any graphs or any numbers, those searches at the airports are effective. Very
and these would have been the intelligence unit searches, the intelligence unit seizures, where they would have been engaged. Meaning that if there's information that came in, they would have relayed information, let's say, to the frontline officer, who would then relate it to the searchers to say, let's focus specifically on, say, Fabian's bags, or someone else's, right? So that's where those stats are coming from, as well as, like you mentioned, drug search warrants, other seizures that they have done. So that doesn't show the collective of the service and just the intelligence unit. But not broken down as to what specifically where they did the seizures.
The report's broken down by units, and this is, like I say, this is specific to what the intelligence unit is doing. And the drug section will have a different report.
Well, when we have our enforcement, bylaw enforcement meeting next month, like, it might be valuable to have a breakdown in terms of what
Searchers did.
Yeah.
Another thing too is that, another thing too is the canine units. When is that going to be?
This year, we're getting our first one, and I think we've got 3 applicants.
I think there's 4 applicants this
4 now,
year. For the training to come, it's gonna be put through to the OPP, but that'll be 1 canine this year for sure.
We're gonna get 3 eventually, but we're only getting 1 this year. And then we had to fight for that hard, because they said, no, we don't have any, and they wouldn't give us any seats on the ERT team this year. We wanted to beef up our ERT team, our emergency response. They said, we can't give you any seats for 2 years. So we found a workaround on that. We're gonna actually send them to other agencies to train with their TAC teams. And then, because the new act will allow us to do that, and then we just have to top them up with the OPP, and the OPP's agreed to do that, to work unilaterally with the OPP, like to work with them. Because if not, then, we'll be a standalone ERT team, and we're not ready for that yet, so, like I say, we put on a workaround, meaning that we can, still train tactical officers, so with them not giving 2 seats this year, we're still going ahead with, 6 members.
Yep.
6 members on the, TAC team, and so that's gonna be a bonus to us. And then we'll just, like I say, we'll have to send them to the OPP for a top up on certain areas to make sure they can work in concert with the, in concert with the OPP, because the OPP is very picky on, letting them work with them if you haven't trained with them. There's safety reasons behind that too. Like, I mean, some of the TAC teams are not trained the same way, and you get into a theater with other TAC teams that are, they don't work the same way, then could cause somebody to get hurt. Either a member of the public or a member of the police services, right? So.
Do they give a reason why they can't give us?
Because they're so short themselves, they're looking after themselves first. It's the bottom line.
That's the only one that's been delivered the training. In Ontario.
Originally, but like I say, the workaround is now with this being in the act, we can go this other route as long as we top up. So that's what I say, even if we did get on the OPP classes, we probably would have only got a member or 2. And we're gonna train double that, triple that. So we found a way around it. The OPP's in agreement with it, so. Yeah. So it's gonna work. It's gonna work for us. It's actually better than, because we'll get more people through.
Yeah.
So on page 21, you have the intelligence unit seizures. Firearms 79, other weapons 3, currency $346,000. Intelligence units, that was through September through November. 24 arrests made through the intelligence unit, 51 charges, 209 investigations, 88. NAPS warrants 25, warrants assisting other agencies 12, and the NAPS drug initiative and intelligence and allocations, 16 detective constables, 3 detective sergeants, and 2 ISTU constables. And those detective constables that were short, like I say, that's the difficulty that has been over the last year or so has been not having enough front line to take people from the front line to put them into these special units. But like I say, the CPSA is supposed to change that with all this money we've got and all these new officers. But we can only train them so fast and get them into positions. We're only allowed 20 a class, so 80 a year. It's going to take 5 years, 6 years before we're seeing full numbers. We're very close to them.
I have a question. Under firearms, it says 79. Are those handguns it's referring to or long guns?
It could be either. They didn't break it down. It could be either. If you needed a breakdown, we could probably get that too.
Because the reason I asked that's September, November, that's when all those people come out of their guns to hunt.
Mhm.
I was just wondering how that would compare outside the hunting season.
Typically, they are the long guns. If there's any handguns, which there may be, it'd be almost a separate category, but because then they could be, depending on their seizure, they could be classified as a crime gun, which would be another category for it to go into. But for the majority of most of the weapons we do seize for firearms are the long range guns.
And a lot of times they're multiple guns, like somebody's got 4 or 5 or 3 or 4 in their house. If they're committing some and they're not properly stored, you're usually taking multiple guns because a lot of places don't just have one gun. So if your weapons are improperly stored, it's usually all your weapons are improperly stored, so they're all seized.
Going back to drugs, I know my community have seized lots, even money over 100,000, I'd say, with and we just take the money. And we give the drugs to NAPS. Just to see how much it's worth. Like the last time I was here, they showed me how much, well, they didn't show me, but where they keep the drugs, right? And I was told we probably have the most drugs here. So I was told. In the safe. Just wondering how long you guys keep the drugs in here?
Well, it's a collective of all three regions.
Yeah.
So there's only, as part of the police orders, they're only allowed to stay in the community for so long, which point they'll come out to Suluco, and then we have our officers go and they collect them, and then we do a controlled inventory destruction a couple times a year, just to make sure that once court's dealt with, once all because they're classified as evidence, right? So once that gets dealt with, typically it's about 1 or 2 times a year, they'll do a controlled destruction. And that goes along same with firearms as well. Once it's already dealt at the court level, then we take care of it. But what we've done is that we've from the intelligence standpoint, we've taken carriage to manage it from the headquarters component, so that we can ensure that there's no liability issues or whatnot, that it all comes down to specific officers who would then perform the destruction on their own.
One time we got this fentanyl this big, and I was told it was so potent that was, I don't know if it's still there, I don't know if you guys destroyed it. Scary. Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons why when there is raids going on, and that's one of the things I know we've talked about, it was that as the main issue, is that the safety wise, that where we wouldn't, if there's fentanyl or some carfentanil or something to that effect, where if we know going into for a search warrant perspective, we would consider other options to go into that residence to ensure that the officers are safe. Where we have fear that, say, community members go in, that could also affect their health as well.
I think we have to do some awareness, like, when a community does their own initiatives to seize, and in some cases destroy, they need to know how to handle what they have confiscated. Like, we were in Bearskin one time, and they told us about how they lit, they set the drugs on fire, including there was lots of marijuana there.
Yeah.
And they said the smoke was like coming into their face.
That was much.
Yeah. And it affected some of the people that were there. I know it's not nice, but still, it's something that could be serious.
And we've taken that away from all our officers to do now. And there ought not to, because there's consistency involved with it, liability as well as safety. So any drugs that are seized automatically get sent to the respective region, and then we go from the intelligence unit, go and pick them up. And then we do it properly.
The fentanyl that you mentioned, like, you're supposed to be wearing protective clothes.
Yes.
Stuff.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful.
Yeah, and I get concerned, I get worried about even the officers when if they're going into a house where it might be suspected meth lab,
And that's what I mean. Sorry, if we know, and that's where we use our intelligence, that if we know that there's suspected information where there's drugs of that harmful, we would take precautionary measures to do so. Even it goes down to our new detachment builds. Our small, medium, and large detachments also have the safety fans in there as well, when we have our officers tallying up all the evidence that has been seized, just so that they meet the proper they call it PPE restrictions to may hit the button so that it gets evacuated out. So
Okay, moving on to 22, emergency response team, and then service training unit, which is commonly known as ISTU. The in-service training unit is currently comprised of 1 sergeant, 3 constables. We have several vacancies that will be filled once we build this service. ISTU officers bring a wealth of knowledge and experience to the organization. Obviously, do our in-service training, do various high-stress situation training and building confidence, professionalism in the officers. We have, we've been running lots of courses, in-house, which is great for NAPS and even some of the other services around here that attend our courses. It shows, some of the venues we hosted here. Special constable training, which is, coming, scenes of crimes, provincial liaison team. We're gonna have our own, PLT members here, just like some of the other services have. We're looking at running a course in that. We've, the OPP, I just got the letter from the commissioner today. He's on board with that. He's giving us some of his trainers in the PLT. A basic tactical operations course, sexual assault investigations, investigating interviewing techniques, investigation offenses against children, and a leadership course. So there's a number of training dates coming. Excuse me, recruit training. We have post and pre-Elmers. You can see the big list that we have coming. So there's, in those two categories, you have 46 training weeks. So the training unit's very busy. Block training also upwards of 30 sessions. So you're looking at 50 weeks. So it's a lot of training. You can see emergency response team calls on page 24. What they were involved with in that blended team with the OPP. What is it called? Blended or integrated team. You see, like I say, on 24, we had calls for escape custody, stolen vehicle, community service, VIP, lockdowns, warrants, prisoner escorts. So they spent a lot of time doing warrant service. So they go help with the door kicks for safety and weapons containments and backup, canine backup, evidence searches, and missing person searches. Page 25 goes on to that. Just show a few more of the ERT calls in September 24th. Total calls was 36. And you can see once again some of the calls that they're going on. That we have a new implementation of a community resource team, or we call it CRT. The Anishinaabe Police Services implemented and streamlined a structured process to enhance the ability to educate, serve, and strengthen partnerships within our communities. The service has recently seen a number of members trained through the drug awareness. So that's back to the DARE. The rationale is the organization has seen a continuous upgrade trend of influx of requests from not only our respective community stakeholders, but our Indigenous partnering agencies as well to run this training. So the CRT mandate is passing credentials, develop, deliver, and provide correct curriculum in a number of different areas, 150 topics. We had new implementation too of court services in August. Sergeant Francis was promoted to staff sergeant to oversee court services, and court services has been implementing changes to ensure officers are adhering to the provincial disclosure protocol by the Ministry of the Attorney General. The ministry has now given police officers timelines to have all paperwork completed. If the timelines are not met, criminal court cases can be withdrawn. So we're beefing up our court. That's part of what the special constables will be doing. We'll be helping out with courts, prisoner transport, a number of things. So that's why we're hiring so many. It'll take some of the work off the officers, but it'll make sure this work's getting done. Northeast Region report. This comes from Acting Inspector Rene Paye. Overview: Anishinaabe Police is responsible for the rest delivery. He mentions the Mushkegowuk territory communities, breaks them down to fly-ins. Talks about the crime unit on 29. The Northeast Crime Unit continues to specialize with major crimes. So that's all the regions do that. Prisoner transport. So I'm not going to break this down unless there's anything that really jumps out. He talks about staffing issues. Like I say, we're gonna continue to have those, as we try and push people through. And things will get increasingly better as we go. I'm gonna go through, into the central report on 32. So each of these regional inspectors do their reports a little differently. We gotta get more uniform in that, I think, in the future. He just talks about the clusters and the cluster complements. Cluster 1 would be 2 uniformed sergeants, 21 constables, and where they police, Aroland, Martin Falls, Webquay, and Scannigan, and Nimibic. Cluster assignment number 2, 2 uniformed sergeants, 18 constables, for Evatung, Kingfisher, Casablanca Lake, and Wanneman Lake. And also in his vacancies, we have people off on WSIB, modified duty, 7 vacant positions in that region right now. He even goes on to tell us who's where on page 33. We won't go through everybody's name by December 2024 update. Once again, that's where we asked them for. So he goes through on page 35 some of the calls that they're doing in the central region. Between May 1st and November 30th, 2024, Central Region has reported 6,413 occurrences under several different occurrence types, with a volume considered more serious in nature and require more attention. They have 9 arsons, 134 assaults, 1 attempted murder, domestic dispute 57, drug offenses 25, family disputes 44, fraud 6, and so on. Go right down to sudden deaths 10, sexual assaults 35, well-being checks 94, missing persons located 19, missing persons 3, mental health occurrences in that region of those calls was 416. There's been 1,165 criminal code charges laid at this point in the year. Yeah, this is as of December, at the end of the year. And we, yep.
Asking, Damon with lunch. There's so many overdoses. Primarily coming from Thunder Bay. I'm saying. You have a lot of people dying around here because of bad drugs.
Yeah.
Is there like a number I asked him? But overall, just to see. Is there a Thunder Bay stats?
Yeah, we do have access to, there is availability of different stats, like there's a Thunder Bay one, and then there's an Ontario one under the coroner's office. There's that information. And it's very alarming.
So the Northwest region is done by Inspector Gatto. He talks about new recruits coming. They had 60 new officers in the year. This coming class that will be starting out in the field soon. He names where they're going. Kenneth Gershane is going to Sandy Lake, Matthew Reed, Sandy Lake, and so on. So it shows you the deployment in January. So these where these officers are going at this month. Officers currently in training. He shows some of the rookies in his region and other new officers that came in 2024. He goes on to show the complement of each detachment, what's allotted, what's current, what's short, and who's on leave. He breaks down the operations in respect to the quality assurance audits that have been going on, making sure the officers' paperwork's up to stuff, and recruit officer evaluations are done, inventory counts are done, make sure everything's up to speed in detachments. 39 goes through the residences, states of the residences. mentioned earlier, 2 new residents, 1 for Fort Severn, 1 for Muscat Dam, hopefully on the winter road. Also, some of the regional goals and aspirations. And then on page 40, he does go into calls for service and charges laid for community from January 1st to December 2nd. As you can see, there was a total of 10,611 calls. And so almost double central region, but 1,925 charges laid. And it goes by community, which community has how many charges. Then we get into the page 41 is professional standards bureau report. Inspector John Haley. As of December 24th, professional standards is now part of the Community Service Policing Act. We know that. Such the Nishnawbe Police Service Code of Conduct, professionalism in policing, and conflict of interest sections of the police orders are now being amended to reflect changes in legislation. The Law Enforcement Complaints Agency, as we know as LECA, now oversees public complaints involving NAPS officer uniform members. Since June 2024, 20 actionable matters have been reported, reviewed, or in various stages of investigative processes by the NAPS Professional Standards Bureau. 3 matters have been closed during this period of time. One matter in 2024 involved disposition allegation of neglect of duty. The member has accepted the penalty. There's a matter of unintentional discharge of a firearm, which resulted in no injury or property damage. The officer is accepting informal discipline. A 3rd matter involved inappropriate access of police databases and will be resolved by way of deduction from banked overtime. And 1 new internal complaint is initiated against a member who pled guilty to criminal offenses in an Ontario court in Thunder Bay on December 13th. The plea unlawfully in a dwelling house for the purpose of committing an indictable offense stemmed from an off-duty incident. The member is on admin leave and is now awaiting sentencing, after which conduct matters will be dealt with. 3 files remain open based on criminal processes. They're on paid leave, and a total of 17 conduct matters from 2022, 2023, and 2024 remain open pending for process, investigations, and internal public concerns. 42, recruitment reports. Breakdown there of all the different venues that recruitment's been to. Dennis, Franklin, Marty, Suchville, Winnipeg, Confederation College, a number of high schools. So these are from March to December. Improved strategies and updates. The uniform recruitment continues to develop new improved strategies to ensure the most accurate recruitment for frontline personnel. Some of the developments that have been started of the fall: virtual information sessions, in-person information sessions, community visits, new recruitment events, new swag, PR items, new recruitment outreach items, revamped recruitment presentations, website updates, and unit-specific rack cards. And then they break those down as to what those incentives are. And on 46, you'll see how the recruitment process works at NAPS.
One of the things I would like for us to look at is like the RCMP, they have like a camp, a summer camp.
Yeah.
I think it might be something that we should consider looking at.
Yeah, I think the OPP was doing that for years too, but I don't know if the future outlook. The recruitment unit will persist in exploring innovative and effective methods to attract and recruit promising candidates with the goal of consistently filling as many seats as possible at the Ontario Police College. I know I've had conversations with Laurentian University and different agencies as well. in respect to how we can recruit from their locations, and our recruitment teams are gonna continue to hit high schools, hit, various venues, but, we want to be a lot more engaged. We don't want them just showing up at places and throwing a bunch of pamphlets on the table, and, we gotta go where Gen Z's people are. We gotta go, we gotta hit, the communities themselves and talk to, as I mentioned earlier, leadership and, how they can help us help them hire people and get us all, you know. So, that's some of the things gonna happen.
I see you have summer camp too.
Was there?
Yeah.
Did you put that in?
Under youth engagement program.
Oh, good, yeah.
Well, I don't know if it's visiting summer camps or actually NAPS having a summer camp.
Yeah, I'll have to clarify that myself. Yeah, so they go through a bunch of the different, things that we're looking at, social media platforms, cultural competency, incentive support programs, some of the stuff that I mentioned earlier, a little repetitive, you know, local role models. And then that brings us to pretty much the financial report that was given by Jason.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from the board? A lot of information.
Yeah, it was a big report. Yeah, like I say, we got a lot going on.
Yep.
Next time we'll cut her down a bit. We'll just, put the bullet points in there and sure. So I know we're very impressed with time. I rushed through a lot of that.
Motion to accept the chief police report.
Anybody, everybody?
I think it was Russell, but he only got as far as his class.
Okay, seconded by Russell. All in favor? What's wrong? So we're on to,
Yeah.
After a big lunch.
Big lunch.
Yeah, 3.5 hours to sleep.
we'll want to that community, it is. And just set up and see.
Thanks, Chair. Couple of things. I think one on a good note, we just are putting out to tender the construction documents for the detachment at Brunswick House. So it's pretty well on schedule. And I think as was noted in Terry's report, it is a little bit difficult to match the detachment specs and construction expectations with the funding that's available. It's because it's a little off kilter, right? They set aside the money for you first, and then you go to tender, and of course the prices are all out of whack because in comparison to the actual cost of construction. So then you have this long drawn out argument with the funding agencies about who's paying for the difference, and of course, you know, you expect that the agency to come forward. It's just the price of tea. We're not adding anything extra. It's just the real cost of construction. So we had that little bit of a dance, and we may also get into another bit of that conversation if we see elevated, and I suspect this will be the case, elevated contractor prices, like, you know, the detachment that we spoke about this morning that got dropped because it was $7 million over over budget, but what are you gonna do? That's the marketplace. And, I'm not sure why government agencies, especially if we have a fairly wide representation of public tender available in response, that the cost is the cost, so just get it built. So hopefully we're gonna start construction this spring. That's the plan with groundbreaking probably June, July, and maybe ribbon cutting next year sometime. That's a pretty rosy forecast, but that's where we're at. So that's good news. On the more concerning side, I guess, we're still dealing with a lot of at that same community, a lot of the opioid addictions, some recent deaths and suicides. Just over the holidays, we've had a couple of deaths related to addictions and probably opioids and fentanyl. So even though we're a little bit, quite a bit more less remote than a lot of the folks around the table, we still undergo those challenges and the detachment will help us deal with some of those concerns. The other thing that, as I mentioned earlier, I'm hearing from Matachewan especially with respect to just sort of the lack of presence, and we've been sort of banging on that drum, Terry, for a long time, and we understand the priorities for NAPS, but the community has grown quite a bit, and it's not it's still a quiet place, but it's not as quiet as it used to be. So maybe we need to think about how we bring that officer a little bit closer to than Porcupine, because that's a stretch. That's our officer, and I don't think any other community would accept that result where their officer lived 2 hours away from the community. So talk about emergency response and not having our own officers available to attend. They're not going to get there before the OPP does. The OPP is in Kirkland Lake. It's 45 minutes away. So our guy will be a second on site or on scene. And if that was the case, then the community is going to say, well, why bother? And I might as well just go with Plan B and servicing our community through OPP, and we don't want that. So it's something to think about. Yeah, Fabian?
Yeah, Jason, I just want to let you know that Chief Batiste has been talking with Terry about recent graduate, seeing if he wants to get someone local in there. So he's been trying to get.
Yeah, I did, Fabian, explain that, they have to put their time in and then sort of, work their way, because it is a desirable posting to be not remote, and perhaps, being able to raise a family in one of the municipalities or where these officers might be from. So being, not that the remote north is a bad place to be, it's just, from most of our officers aren't from there. And it's a little more palatable for them to be in an Ontario municipality rather than one of our communities. So I did explain to the chief that that's a pecking order that needs to be resolved through, operations and how they respect seniority, et cetera. But regardless, I know the fellow you're talking about. He's a recent graduate, and in fact, my understanding is he wants to work up north. He wants the experience of the far north and the overtime and all the things that he feels comes with that. Yeah. But outside of that, I was just reading that Tammy Gregoire is now deputy chief. Was it? Terry, what's her role, the new role with the agency? I was just reading it in your report today. Officer Gregoire from Metonymy.
She's the crime sergeant.
Yes, but she was just elevated, I think.
Yeah.
To the role. So
She's a really good officer. She's a really good officer.
Yeah, working out of Metonymy. So we're happy to see that. Metonymy seems to be a happy at least satisfied with the service. And yeah, other than those things, I don't have anything to report, other than we're happy to, our chiefs are very happy to see our service launched as the, through the new legislative arrangement. So a lot of good news, but still some typical challenges. That's my report.
Thank you, Jason. Just a comment on any comments about accommodations of our officers, and I think Terry mentioned that in relation to the Waban communities. I think the community, the leaders who wants to have an accommodation for all of them, for all the areas, that should be given a given action to be taken to do that. I don't know when you look at that person, if he wants to live in permanently in attachment, or you just want to come be as a kind of a place there when he comes on a shift time. They're like a tourist. Are you on rotation too?
Yeah, they're on rotation over there too. It's not a 2 week in, 2 week out because of road access. They do a week.
I guess the expectation, Chair, for us is that we would be under the same set of rules and procedures and policy that everybody else is. We don't have houses for officers. Yes, there are municipalities nearby that alleviate a lot of that, the living conditions and living arrangement concerns, but it's not on the res. It's not us. That's somewhere else. And if the idea is that we're providing accommodation for officers, in any way, if they happen to be resident in the community and that's where they're from and they use their own house, that's fine. If that's what the expectation is. My argument or my desire is that we not be treated any differently under the set of rules and procedures and policies that apply to everybody, every other community that are members of NAPS. We want the same benefits, and we understand also that we sometimes defer and often do to the needs of the far north, and that's okay too. We understand that. But, if we shouldn't just have an NA beside our communities just because somebody decided that, there's houses in town you can use or some other solution. If we're going after government to fund those things and we're going to sponsor that, then let's get to it and treat our communities with the same thoughtfulness that we do with the other nations.
Or they haven't done that.
That is correct.
So we're gonna change that.
We have to change.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well,
In a way, I guess I'm lucky that I'm so new to the crowd that I haven't had a chance to meet with my respective chiefs of my tribal council. Although I did get a question from one of the councilors from Casablanca in regards to how things change as far as with our bylaws. How is this gonna enhance or help with our First Nations? I understand that there's a meeting next month that looks to that more in detail. So I think it's been referred to that meeting, and but I do look forward to bringing more to the table next round once I had a chance.
well, you're just starting, so
Yeah.
you have to learn the ropes there.
Uh-huh.
In relation to how we operate this thing, especially when you deal with community. Yeah.
Mhm.
And there's a law enforcement office.
Bylaws.
Yeah, we're having the bylaw. Mike Morris has been all over it already.
I was just mentioning that.
Okay. Mike has no breaks, but he has good intentions. That's what I say.
Right, thanks.
Okay.
Keith,
That's from the.
Well, it's always just about the same. For our community, but I haven't really, like, I had wanted to do that this year to go and, visit the other communities or whoever I'm representing or whoever I wanted to do that this year. Either, and I had approached, one of the chiefs, which meeting was that? The meeting is, I approached one of the KO chiefs there before, and I said, and I had told them that, that I had wanted to meet them. Like, they usually have a meeting, the chiefs meeting, I don't know when they, what, they usually have them. And I told them I wanted to see them and meet them with them. And, cause I know that they keep changing with their leadership too. And, so I wanted to let them know that I'm there, and if they wanna talk with me, and that's what he had said, that they would invite me at one of their meetings before, but I haven't heard anything at all from them. So,
Just to follow up, Betty, I was talking with the tribal council too, and let them know that when they're having their next meeting, we would try to do the community consultation at the tribal council. And from that point, talk to the other chiefs about getting the invites to do community consultation. It'll be later in my report, but I'll catch up on where that is. Of course, it's been delayed because of the heavy process we've been through, but we will be firing all cylinders come this spring.
I know we have tried before we had tried it, and it never worked out for me to go on it. Never worked out to go to there. I'm looking forward to that. But other than that, like with everybody else, is we always have the same concerns and the same things happening. Like with the drugs and the coming in. Same. And I know the officers are doing their best to try and to do what they're expected to do. I know they're trying to do that, and I do get to talk to them once in a while. I'll talk with them and just kind of encourage them so that I usually do too. But it seems to be getting worse with the other drugs coming in. You know, like I know that other drugs are coming in our communities now too. And yeah, and also I know everybody's been talking about this about the polar bear attack. I know everybody's been talking about it, so, and then it was a very traumatic thing especially for the couple, you know, that couple. They were very traumatized, but they just had to. Before they went out to drive, they went out for counseling. It was very traumatic for them. Like, of course, who wouldn't be if a polar bear attacked you? And it was very traumatic for them, and even for the community itself. And the question lies is so who is responsible? Like who is going to be responsible to look after our community? Who's going? It cannot be the officers either. Like for their safety, and I have my concerns too for the officers too. You know, like they can't be expected to be the ones always to to go running every time a polar bear comes. But I know that they're there to protect us, eh? But there has to be something done soon because this is happening like started to really be a problem kind of thing. So I think maybe the MNR needs to be notified, them too. You know, they always come into our community and talk about the issues and what to do with the polar bears. They even came one time last year to show us that they had these tools of some kind. But when I was looking at those tools, they were presenting and, oh, this is what you can do, just fire this thing and they'll run off. No, they're not gonna do that. If they're there to look what happened to that couple, if they're there, you know, they're all different. Those bears are different, you know, they're hungry. They're hungry now. They want to attack now. It's different now. You know, that's just one of the concerns that we have for our community, I think. So it's the polar bears too. Yeah, that's so I wanted to just share that and for the polar bears.
Your big favorite will continue to work with you. You know, but I don't know what the polar bear.
He'll handle it.
How's that fella doing though? Is he recovering well and? Like, I mean,
Yeah.
'cause he was torn up pretty good too,
Yeah,
right?
he was in the hospital for a while. He was very traumatized. But he was in a coma for a while too.
I didn't know that.
That was just like,
Is he home now though?
yeah, they're home now. already.
I don't know.
But their dog survived, you know, they were just trying to help their dog too. I guess they lost the dog, they couldn't find the dog that they thought we had. Polar bear had him, but I guess they went up, the lady, her name is Elaine. She went and checked at her father's place, that's where the dog ran off to, the other side of town. He went running over there,
Hang around, did he?
so he survived, yeah,
Wow. I'm glad to hear they're home.
yeah, they are home now. Yeah, so.
Who was that guy? Was he? That?
Huh?
Who was the guy that fought the polar bear?
His name is, he's originally from Escrata.
I
Yeah.
taught him how to fight bears.
Huh? He's originally from Escrata. His
I
name is,
taught him how to fight
Kurt
bears.
Duncan, Kurt Duncan's Newcastle. But there actually was a next door neighbor that helped them, eh? But this happened early hours of the morning, maybe probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. I guess there were a lot of people heard a lot of yelling and a lot of people heard that, like there was a lot of commotion coming out, and they just thought maybe there was a party there or something, maybe somebody was, they weren't really, I guess nobody was really that concerned, thinking it might have been a house party or something. But then they actually started hearing shots. Was really concerned about the gunshots. And then, of course, the officers were called too. And then they went. So that's what I mean, like, you can always expect that for the officers to go. But something needs to be put in place.
I think that we a lot of our products.
Yeah.
What do they do when that rolls down there for a city or something? Who moves out? These are. Well, like.
Yeah, yeah.
The answer is nobody.
Nobody.
MNR doesn't respond. Bears come right down Main Street to my place to get in there. They just, unless it's, there's a public safety
Yeah.
thing going on, and the police will come out and shoot the bear. If that's not going on, they don't bother. There's too many. They're everywhere. They're probably in Thunder Bay here too. They're all over the place, I bet.
Yep.
If you leave your garbage out at my place, it's spring or in summer, they'll come around.
We got deers wandering around spots.
Yeah, there's, last time you had a deer attack, I wonder. Very
Oh, no,
dangerous.
they don't attack. They just come up and say, what are you working on in your car, dude? They're right there.
So it's, especially the M and R, they won't, they used to trap them and take them away, like they used to put them
I
in
know
those
that,
barrels.
but
And they would drop them off somewhere, take them to somebody else's neighborhood.
Yeah.
But they don't anymore.
they've never, I was surprised they didn't show up, you know, but I was surprised that MNR didn't show up.
The community will have to set up their own program. Yeah.
My story, that's my story. It's your turn.
My turn.
Moose Factory, main vehicles, we're pretty happy with, NAPS right now, what's happening. No longer are they no action police service. They're happy with the bus. They're hammering, especially our community. And people are really happy about that. You see it on, social media. Part of my job, I travel up and down the coast, so I talk to people in Saskatchewan, Port Albany, Ottawa, Piscataway. Same thing there. You just did another one in Ada the other day. And, so it's good work. So it's good to hear positive instead of negative all of that. I'm happy for that. In Moose Factory itself, we had the ISN in our community for almost a year. Doing 24-hour security, especially when the drug crisis really escalated. They were very visible. They were in the community hall, the arena, 24/7. Their contract ended, just prior to Christmas. And, it was very noticeable when they left. And, since then, I mean, things have been good. People have had good comments. But there's always that one issue, and that one issue is sometimes there's a lack of presence. And, you know what, I realize too as well that, you know, the boys are busy and, you know, they're doing good work, and other than that, it's going well.
I just had a comment to that. I think part of why there's positive feedback, it's a lot of it is coming based from community involvement too, right? And the community wanting to work with the police to you know, ensure that those community safety initiatives are successful.
Yeah.
And I know that the Mushkegowuk communities have also been able to access those funds. Mind you, it's not a long-term, right?
Yeah.
But you know, and so we can see how, you know, when we establish programs like that, how effective it can be. And I think that's, you know, that's good evidence right there as we continue to promote more of those community initiatives. But I wish you all well, and I hope that it will continue. And because we know that there's still a lot of drug dealers that are still trying to get in there. We hear about them trying to get on the the train and stuff like that, and we weren't too successful in trying to get that MOU with ONR. So unless, the deputy chief in Moose Cree was a little bit more successful, but that was supposed to happen, so. But yeah, so, thank you.
But Air Quebec started screening, people going north now. You gotta go through security at, Timmins Airport if you're going to Cache. They'll screen you like you're going to Toronto. Carry on and your luggage goes through, the screening process. So that's a big one there, man. Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And you know, too, a lot of this stuff, like this, the bus tonight, it's a result of people calling it. People are seeing it going on and they're calling NAPS and said, hey, something going on over here. It's all on, information from the public, so that's half the battle right there.
Start screening at the airport.
Just recently. It was just recently I heard that announcement.
When did they
Start
start
screening
screening?
started, where are we here?
January, mid-January?
Yeah, I think they were just handing out the notices to passengers on the 20th.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's good.
So they're seeing you coming and they said, hey. Here's our
And
warning.
another one they're gonna be doing is the one lady called me from Ottawa, Piscataway. And she said, whenever the Kingston Charter comes into the community or people go to Kingston and then come home from their appointments, she said there's a house up the street. It's busy for 2 days after they get home. So now they're gonna screen the Kingston Charter as well. So they're taking it serious. I think we're on the right road, but like the deputy chief says, there's still a lot of it out there.
Okay, me watch. I don't have too much.
Any polar bears in Muskrat Dam? No?
That's right.
Any polar bears in Muskrat Dam?
We
I find one of the 7 rivers, so where you're from.
sent them down river. Yeah, I don't have too much to report. It's pretty quiet. The officer, sometimes I see 2 officers in a village. Most of the time there's one. And they search luggage and muskrat now, so every plane that comes in, every charter skid, there's peacekeepers that search luggage, and the officer is there all the time, watching to make sure there's cooperation. So I would imagine he's pretty busy because the airplane comes in at least twice. Skid comes in twice a day. I think 6 times a week. Plus charters and the officers there. Every time I go down, I see the officer there. Whichever officer is there, so it's pretty busy. I guess I have two questions in a way. One is that the winter road hopefully will be opening up again about 2 weeks' time. The Muskrat Dam is located right in the middle of three communities. On the south side is Round Lake, wet road 85 kilometers. Northeast is Bearskin 100 kilometers. The northwest would be Satchelo. A lot of times there'll be some travelers missing. So how does it work then? If there's no first response in any of the villages, do we expect NAPS to help out with the search, or like if somebody is missing between, let's say, Bearskin and Muskrat, we sent a patrol car from two communities to Port Number. How does that work? Because I think I asked that question earlier in terms of authority jurisdictions, but this is first response for missing traveler. So we're right in the middle. On the Wagon side Round Lake, they have OPP. But our winter road goes right to Round Lake, 5 kilometers. So if somebody is missing, then we call OPP, pick up from the other side to look. Or is it our NAPS that will have to go there? We only have one officer.
The Round Lake, OPP, they're probably fairly staffed up right now, from my understanding. But the thing is that it comes down to when you report somebody missing, it usually in those communities, it'll come to us. We'll let the OPP know. We'll also advise them it's in your jurisdiction. They'll usually ask us, well, can you drive down one way and we'll drive the other way? So it's that cooperation, I guess, but it is their jurisdiction. Well, certainly we're gonna help because we're quite often the closest and the most available. But we also, like you say, we don't wanna wander too far from the communities if we can help it, if we only got one officer. So historically, what the officer would do is, if the communities, you keep in contact with the community, let you know where they're going as well, right? To maybe go down the road a little bit. Yeah, it's just something they have to coordinate. But if it's an OPP search, they may ask us to travel down the road. And it'll be a judgment call a little bit too of the officer as to whether, like, if they're in the middle of something, they may have to say to the OPP, we can't go down the road right now. And then it'll be up to the OPP to utilize more of their resources if we can't assist.
So what needs to happen then is the chief and council that would put a call to NAPS. And
Yeah.
NAPS will figure something out.
NAPS will coordinate with the OPP. If they're on those winter roads,
Yeah.
then the NAPS will coordinate with the OPP. They may get a helicopter out, depending on the circumstances, whatever the OPP
The
decides to do.
resources have to be mobilized pretty quick. If somebody is missing 40 below, you don't have a day or 2 days trying to figure out what happens. Somebody has to make that decision as soon as the call comes in, say, go look. That's what needs to happen, because with 40 below sitting in a vehicle, especially if you're traveling with kids, you don't have much time before there's really hope. So some protocol has to be placed when a call comes in to the office or something has to happen.
Like I say, if it's in the OPP jurisdiction, but it's reported to us, we will contact them and let them know.
Yeah, but if it happens between Muscat and Bearscott, Muscat and Satchel, that's other side where OPP are located. So.
It's still OPP jurisdiction. Yeah. So like I say, they'll 99% of the time say, hey, can you help us with this? Because we're gonna assemble people and work our way up there, but can you help us with this? Or can the Satchel officers help us? Or can so they'll coordinate it, but it's their call. Even though you called it the NAPS, if it's in their area, it's their call. It's just like if we have something happen in our community, it's our call. So that's their area for now. Whether jurisdictions change down the road, like I say, it's their area. So we have to let them know, because if something goes wrong out there, it's their responsibility, right? So, but they'll ask us for help. They'll say, and they'll coordinate their searches and they'll decide how they're gonna do it. We just had one actually the other day. We had a 911 call at a lake that, there was no information other than they're out on the winter road, they're out in the bush, and there's an emergency involving weapons. That was it. So they had to try and figure out exactly where it was coming from, because it ended And like I say, it was the OPP call, but we were working with them throughout. So, and if we can bring officers in from, say, if, like you say, that Bearskins, you happen to have 3 that day, well, maybe the Bearskin officer's gotta go and help or cover somewhere else. But there'll be a coordination to make sure that search happens. Especially in the cold weather, like, I mean, like you say, time is of the essence.
I have a second question, has to do with the trailer residence for Musquat Dam. We're having a real challenge just trying to build a winter road this year. Might not be possible to have semis across the river systems. If that is the case, is there a plan B to get that residents, those trailers, trailer into Musquat Dam if that's the case?
At this point, no. At this point, plan is,
Next week or so, maybe 2 weeks, we will know whether or not we'll be able to put semis on a crossing.
yeah,
So just wondering, yeah, if somebody's at what stage you start looking at plan B to get a trailer in, because the residents in Musquat is in pretty poor shape right now.
these are big trailers too. So, yeah. The hope was to get them in on the winter road.
Because right now, the river crossing, we only have 12 inches. Normally, about this time of year, we would have 24 inches. And we need 30 inches to cross. So that's all I have.
So as far as the plan B that doesn't exist yet, and to my knowledge, they haven't told me, they're relying on the winter roads once again, which we know were bad last year. I'll talk to, I'll bring it up about alternatives. I don't know, like, you'd have to take it apart, and fly it in or whatever, right? So, yeah, it's never an easy fix.
Thank you.
I don't even know if I haven't seen the trailer, so I don't even know how hard or easy that would be to do. I wish our maintenance guy was here. It's a bad week for him to be off because there's been a lot of stuff in regards to infrastructure that Ralph was really good with stuff. Like he would have that answer for you, probably like that. I don't. Yeah, but I will find out. Yeah.
I don't know what the bears is. It takes time.
Okay, I have the independent bands, it's, Sandy Lake, the Steve Mount, Wabashik. You are annoying, annoying, they're independent, we're not like this. Compared to other communities, they have meetings here and there with their chiefs, but us, we're independent. That makes it hard for us to then communicate. I communicate with Fabian. And knowing, things get harder. Our elders tell us things are gonna get harder. It's not gonna get easier. I know, for us, Sandy Lake, hired 7 guardians. Start screening people coming in. Even me, if I go in, they'll search me. We're paying like 70 grand just for one worker, and we don't have that kind of money. Because all this water money we got, it was a bad year for us. So much drug people coming in and out. Drug people will just come in and make lots of money on us. That's why we started doing the screening. We've started sending our people out. They're selling too much coke. So even last week we keep raiding our homes. And they'll just let us. why, I don't know that's the case, that maybe they still have that respect. That's what's happening in my reserve. So other than that, last year we lost 60 people. 60 people. And most times when we lose people, we fly them off, they'll get flight to Toronto, that's 1,200 kilometers away, that's far. When there's a death, most times there's not even a coroner in place. I think there's one here now, I'm hearing, in a bay. And 660 deaths, that's like how many charters we have to fly in sometimes. Sure, you guys know the people that live in the communities. So they say it's telling us. It's like one charter from here, Pilatus, like $8,000. Sometimes we fly in two, 1,900. It's that compares stuff with flying reserves. Yeah, I know we're battling drugs. That's what our elders telling us. Don't give up. I know we've lost a young lady 4 days ago. We sent her out and she OD'd here. And, there's a lot of chiefs telling us don't give up. Don't give up. We like what your community is doing, and that's where we're getting our encouragement from. I was just in Calgary not too long ago, talking to this person doing meth right on 7-Eleven, and the cops just go by, not even doing anything to us. So, in BC, they're allowing buying coke, dispensary. I don't know what's this word is coming in for. Or it'd be like buying weed on 7-Eleven store. I don't know. So that's all I have to say. So try being known as a community.
I just have a few things to mention. First of all, thank you everyone for your community updates and bringing these matters to the table again. I know a lot of them are being repeated, things we've been hearing about in the last 2 years. But because it's such a serious matter, like especially when we're talking about the drugs, like it needs to keep being repeated. And we need to keep talking about it. And we are making, like some communities are making those steps to address at the community level. They recognize that they need to have like training and community involvement and also to make those efforts to coordinate with their officers, and that's what we see is happening out there. And also I'm glad that when the chiefs call NAN, a lot of times when it's regarding community safety and policing, I'm the one that ends up receiving those calls, because when they call and speak out about it, then that means they're not accepting it, right? And that they know it needs to be addressed, and we have good cooperation from Anishinaabe Police, and Also, if it's matters relating to OPP or APS, like they do respond to us, to, and, you know, within our NAN communities, we're dealing with high rates of suicides. We're dealing with high rates of chemical poisoning deaths, which we call overdoses. A lot of them are happening in urban centers. But there are, incidents of those deaths, in our communities as well. And those numbers continue to increase. And, you know, I hope that our people do not get discouraged when they see that the numbers continue to increase. Because, you know, we have to support each other, we have to encourage each other when we see that we're doing things at the community level. And I know that NAPS is supporting those efforts. And NAN will continue to support those efforts too. And continue having those conversations with each other and encouraging each other to do that. And for some of the communities that you may not get to have conversations with, whether it's Abitibi, Schnabik, or Kiwewin, or Poplar Hill, you know, we're filling in those gaps, and we, the leadership will come directly to NAN, and we, if it has to go to the police or to the courts, then we do that. So, and I don't mind doing it. That is part of my role. And the sad thing is we're still seeing deaths of young children. It was just last Monday, on January 6th, that the community of Mushkegowgamang, you know, buried a 10-year-old child who had committed suicide. And that's a very horrific thing to deal with. And then the other incident that we've had to deal with, and that's one of Russell's community members, was the tragic death of a young woman who had been missing here in Thunder Bay. And, you know, so those kind of things we can't ignore. We have to review why are these things happening, and we have to work together to address those. And because I know many of you are, you know, this is only one of your many roles. You have other roles, but it's just so you know, like NAN is quite aware, and we continue to support those. And next month we're having the bylaw enforcement meeting in Toronto. The NAN leadership will be meeting on the 456 in Toronto. And that is an assembly to talk about treaty and other things that fall under that. And then the following week, again, we're going to be meeting, and that's for any coordinators that might be enforcing bylaws, other people that might be interested. If you have a council member that's has that portfolio and they want to be involved or learn more, that gathering is coordinated with NAN Legal and also with NAPS. And so those are the kind of things that we will continue doing. That's it for me, Chair, thank you.
I just wanna mention what?
Yep.
I know, the post is picking up again. We're slowly getting into, with drugs again in the community. There's a period of time we sort of slowed things down. So I know I was just texting our harm reduction worker. We also were 500 hits of needles a month. That's how bad the. So, yeah. The needles. Oh.
Ask them what. The NAPS and really relation to the enforcement of laws, and that's why I say that, sometimes, we're not effective in enforcing federal laws, provincial laws, and First Nations law. When we try to, we know that drugs are illegal under federal law and the criminal code, illegal drugs. But yet, we can't really enforce them because of the situation we're in the remote communities. To get the process of not stepping on the individual privacy rights of the people. And all our people, take matters into their own hands when they have a security issue that harms the lives of our people. And we are unable to implement as a NAPS form to be able to effectively assist in that area. And that's where we need to look at options in terms of how we can assist First Nation communities. That would not category. I'm not going to say very much in relation to that area, but but we have to look at and getting a better definition, not definition, but a better description of what we want to do in relation to the First Nations law that we can force it. Organization originally established. And Chiefs of Ontario is also taking initiative, taking the province of court in relation to the First Nations a mandatory function of enforcing First Nations laws in the communities. So that's another process that we need to look at in relation to how that can assist us in the fight against illegal drugs, deadly drugs that are killing people. So we need to continue that discussion. That's a priority for us. Some of our communities. And as for from our First Nations, we continue to, experience opiate crisis in our own communities. Lake and Sunset Road, and they're the ones that have had a lot of high incidents of drug abuse in their communities. Sometimes it's fatal for people, young people, and they're taking their Regina versus Winter. That supported the board supported them that they have their own law and they should enforce their own law. And so what it was harming how the judge ruled. And then, and we encourage them to continue to, to work towards those kind of strategies, and they want to develop it in people to save their lives and save the lives of the people. Community life. So when you talk about national security at the national level, the federal government takes steps to address that threat. So we in the communities all are also, taking steps, to address those threats that come into the communities. And they need resources for that process to happen. So we will continue to try and do whatever we can as police force to do that. And one of the things that my community, Pat Lake, has experienced is that mental health, the mental health about people that have mental health problems, and they act up when they have an episode or something triggers them to act up, and they start breaking laws, vandalism, and destruction, and terrorizing the community. That's something that we working on now last week, working on that, how we can support and work this thing with volunteer people, with Chris and they don't belong in correctional institutions and in jail, to treat them. They belong in that specialized treatment centers, so forth. And so on, but that chief counsel there said that, this NAPS is not involved in this process, like they understand it's a mental health issue. It's a disease that these people have, and they're not, understand they're not laying any charges. So we are continuing to work with the community, to do that, to address that with the. So that's money. That concludes our community issues portion of the meeting. I hope that everyone has us. Section 14. And we have one more for liaison report. I'm just asking the board if we could be able to defer that to tomorrow morning, but first thing on the agenda. Because we still have the tour to do and the photo shoot.
And Scott's still here.
Yeah.
I said, hopefully
Scott is still here.
Waiting downstairs.
They're waiting to take your phone.
I'll make that change.
Yes, yeah, I'll move
Shirt
that.
and last day.
Tomorrow, please.
The moment the change, board liaison report the first thing in the morning. Right? Second.
Okay, I'll go.
history again.
And photo shoot now. And so on. So tomorrow morning we'll be here again at 9 o'clock. I don't know if we're going to be at the boardroom.
We're gonna be
Training.
across probably.
Training room 9. And we'll start off with previous liaison report and then all the other items are on the list. Then we'll do the closing tomorrow at 3 o'clock. As for the agenda. So we'll walk with the voting. Sure.
Off to the photo shoot first.
Photo shoot.
Are we still doing the tour?
I think we should maybe try to do the tour in town with lunch tomorrow. Okay. We're thinking about making pizza. Have a seat.
Oh, yeah, then we got to
Pizza
do it
party.
here, do it here.
Throw pepperonis around and then go.
So it's pictures now, just pictures.
Yeah. Oh, an employment agreement with the Schneider Security Service and Terry Armstrong. And there was a 3-year period, commencing January 1st, 2025, and ends December 31st, 2027, unless terminated earlier after an agreement. It's an employee representing warrants to the board of directors of the Schneider Police Service that he has the required skills and experience to perform the duties and exercise the responsibilities required of him as a police service. And he goes on to say, that's required.
Chair, do you need a motion to approve that, or did we already do that?
No, it's a new contract.
Yeah, do you need a motion of the board to
Motion of the board to
sign the contract?
approve and sign contract. There. 3-year.
Can I just make a suggestion that
Okay.
that be added to the agenda and then we deal with it? And I, no issue with the contract, but I think it should be on the agenda and we should deal with it as a matter of board business.
Yeah.
Rather than just rush through it.
Say, oh yeah, by the way.
Oh yeah, by the way, we're stuck with this guy for 3 years. No, I think it needs to be on the agenda as something the board considers. Yeah, sure. So if we can make that, I'll move to make that change to the agenda for tomorrow.
Okay.
We're on the agenda there, so.
Continue to make history. And be leaders.
So everybody in agreement? All right.